Well, hello everyone. Excuse me. How are you doing? I hope you are doing well. Let's do the YouTuber stuff and we're going to get right into it. And I want to adjust my second camera here because there's something I'm going to want to show you. And I've got a real terrible webcam holder that just, I need to find a way to keep that thing straight. And that's really bad. It's got me beheaded. So let's see. Okay, that I guess is going to work well enough for now. Okay, let's do the YouTuber stuff. I would appreciate it if you would subscribe, particularly my Libertarian Party peeps, because this is pretty niche content. Also, you can follow me on Twitter at Karen Ann Harlos. And last but not least, I really appreciate my patrons at patreon.com/Pink Flame of Liberty. And you can help out through super thanks and super chats. So what are we going to be doing? We're early. The hearing does not start until 8 p.m. Eastern. As you can see, I'm monitoring it on this stream here. It's supposed to be streamed on the main party webpage. So I'm keeping an eye for when it starts. So just so you know, I'm waiting for it. But it's not supposed to be there yet, but I'm watching out for it. I guess that's all I'm trying to tell you. But I figured I'd start early because more amici have been turned in that we didn't get to go over because I was camping this weekend, which was a lot. No offense, but it was a lot more fun than going over amici. So we're not going to be able to go over them all, but there are some things I want to touch upon. And the disgraced former chair has no shame. We might even just do hers first for the yucks because, A, I'll give it to her, to still show your face after that. But she gets some things, just basic dumb things wrong. It's not even like she's lying in it. I'm not even going to say that at all. It's just wrong. It's incredible that it's wrong. So we're going to probably go over that. I don't have them printed out, so I have them on a laptop in front of me. And you might go, I don't see a laptop in front of you. This is why I wanted the other camera, because I wanted to show you guys. I have this desk. It weighs more than an elephant, but it's from, I think, 1893, if I remember the patent on it. It's an old typist desk where the typewriter would sit like in this recess section that you could take it out and pull it up. And I'm hoping this camera shows. Yeah, so you can see how the desk stops here and then goes down. This section down here is where a typewriter would go. This is so perfect for streams because I could put my laptop down here and you guys can't see it. So I think that's pretty cool, fabulous. All right, we're going to go back here. Okay, so to get to the comments, yeah, Joe, McGee's latest, I'm going to put comments up here so that everyone can enjoy them. McGee's latest amicus was, in fact, very good. McGee's always done a good job in these. And Ray-Ban, oh, you got to go chair the Illinois meeting. Well, you can watch it after the fact. And I have these coming up way too far because I've moved my chair around a little bit. And Joe says, you're kidding me, McCardle submitted an amicus. Yeah, I know. I mean, you got to give her credit for testicular fortitude. That's really all I can say. So I'm going to get these amicus up on the screen here because it's so hard to explain, but in order to do the stream, my whole second screen has to be dedicated to the YouTube channel, which means all my other controls for this stream are on one screen, so it's small and I can't read it from here. Even with my glasses, I probably can't read it from here. So let's go to the screen where I have the amicus load up. Yeah, let's do the one by McGriddle first, shall we? Okay, so this was submitted, or at least accepted today. but I got to find where I have this downloaded on my computer. Did I put it on my desktop? I do not know where I put it. So let me go to my my Mac Mini here, and where is I got to send it to this laptop. I thought I had it on this laptop, but I need to share it because I just got way too many files. Let's see here. Okay, that should be here in a minute. There it is. And I see Libertarian Echo saying she was going to do an amicus but got too busy. I wish you had. That would have been informative, but Justin's were good. Okay, so we got the filing, the attestation. That's something that the JC does. So let's go. I've got to work two controls here, which makes it fun. The factual background, I think. Let's see if there's anything in here we really need to go in. So in June 2021, the LNC, less than a year before, took out, okay, did this. It's talking about the Dixon committee. And she goes on to say that this was never adopted as a model for the LNC, and it certainly was not. So it says, while there is no case law with the Judicial Committee, when I became LNC chair in May of 2022, and I'm going to add, and resigned in disgrace in 2025, that motion in the Dixon Committee's report with LNC's established model. Bullshit. Now, anyway, I don't even, there's some things that I'm going to say that none of us can prove, but you guys just know from watching the LNC who was the keeper of the procedural history when McCardle was chair. Who do you think she came to ask? You know damn well. And this was not a thing. This was not a thing at all. So in this part, I will say she's lying. This was never brought up at all. The only reason Angela's even aware of it is because, as we found out through the Angela files, while on one side of her face she was pretending to support me, on the other side of her face she was colluding with Chris Lucchini to try to be LNC secretary. All you Mises people don't know all of this dirt, okay? That was all going on. She did not give a shit about the Dixon committee. Bet you before someone else brought it up, she wouldn't have even known who was the chair of that committee. Okay. And here's what's interesting. Prior to the National Convention of 2022, longtime LPNM members such as Elishiva Levin, members who were not associated with the Mises caucus at that time, Elishiva Levin was in fact unhappy with what was going on in New Mexico. But she isn't the one who brought it to the attention of the LNC. It's funny that out of all the names she could pick, she is trying to distance this from a Mises thing. No, this was brought forward, and I have no beef with them, so I'm not going to say their name, but this was brought forward by two Mises people, and she knows that damn well, and if you go and listen to those meetings, you will hear that as well. Now, certainly, there were non-Mises members who were unhappy, and I'm not going to name the other one that comes to mind because, again, I'm not dragging their names into it, but for her to make this like it was spearheaded by Elishiva, she's lying. She is lying. At first, when I started the show, I forgot about the shit she said where I was just going to say she wasn't even lying. Yeah, in these parts, she is lying. Okay, complained that LPN leadership had refused to hold legitimate state conventions for the past 3 or 4 years. Now, I don't know if Elishiva was in fact making that claim. That isn't what the LNC was getting into. Go read the motion, go listen to the meetings. It was about, so LPNM had several conventions, or attempted to have several conventions leading up to the 2022 convention, Reno, because they feared a Mises takeover, which in fact did happen, where they were trying to freeze Mises delegates out, trying to protect their affiliate in an illegitimate way, and had some illegitimate conventions. Now, there were some LPNM members who thought that their conventions going back years were illegitimate, but that's not what the LNC was involved in at all. And in fact, the LNC conceded, if you listen to the meetings, that to the extent that officer elections in New Mexico were impacted, they had a valid convention at which Chris Lucchini was elected chair, and the LNC accepted that he was the undisputed chair. Notice how McGriddle doesn't bring any of this up. Okay. Let's go to the next page. Prior to becoming chair in 2022, I opposed disaffiliating New Mexico. Everyone opposed it. So on that, she's pretty much telling the truth. Okay. During the summer of 2022, complaints about LPNM's invalid conventions, most recently a July convention, but this was mostly about a December and a March convention, were raised to the LNC, and meetings were held regarding this issue. So she goes on about letters that were sent about those invalid conventions. That is absolutely correct. I went over this in my response to Todd Hagopian. This was nothing like any kind of Dixon investigatory committee. Obviously, if all they needed to do was rehold the conventions, because these conventions were not to elect officers. These were what they call constitutional conventions, which were to adopt. They only have one set of documents that they call their constitution, to adopt constitutional changes. Very easy to reverse. Okay. Let's continue. I think she's factually incorrect at this one point, but I can't recall, so I'm not going to say she is, because the dates, there's a lot of dates, where she said that they admitted that their January convention was invalid. I think it was their December one, but it might very well have been their January one. I can't, there were like 4 allegedly invalid conventions. Okay, yes, we bent over backwards to try to bring them into compliance. That's absolutely true. And years of discussion, both on the LNC and with the board of New Hampshire, were the LNC bending over backwards for them too. Something does not need to be in writing to be bending over backwards. You don't send a letter for every just totally horrific Twitter post. That's just not what you do. And there's some good comments here as well. Gregory is correct. They weren't investigated LPNH. Absolutely. They were investigating, and I wouldn't even say it was Giletta's auto coup, because JBH set it up. Now, Gilletta went along with it. I'm not exonerating Gilletta, but Gilletta would have never have done that on her own. That was something that this was investigating the then LNC chair. That's what it was about. Okay. Let's continue. They declined to do its whatever, yeah. So let's see here. I'm trying to see where I can see, but I'm such an old lady that glasses are too much and no glasses is too little. All right. And New Mexico allegedly disaffiliated. It says, when the LNC voted on September 11, 2022 by a roll call vote of 14-1 with 2 abstentions, it was not imposing discipline on an affiliate contesting its status. It was completing LPNM's disaffiliation in the proper manner so that we would not have a lingering bylaws controversy. And 2, protecting its name and trademark. We don't need to realize that. That is mostly true. It's not entirely true. Let me try to find here where she had it incorrect. And I think this is just being sloppy, where she forgot to put a hard return where it says technicalities explained. I think it's pretty funny if you have a section called technicalities explained and then you misexplain the technicalities. Technicalities explained. The LNC concluded that LPNM did not have the authority to disaffiliate from the National Party according to the National Party's bylaws. That is not what we concluded. I have said there has been a question over that, but we are not the Hotel California that you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. That wasn't the issue. Go back and listen to the meetings and read the motion. It wasn't that they didn't have the authority to under the National Party bylaws, though to some that still remains a question mark. They were disaffiliated because they did not have the authority to disaffiliate under their own bylaws. I cannot believe that the disgraced former chair got that so utterly incorrect when she's had opportunity to go back and review. When you're just speaking from memory, I can get it. You forget. But she obviously went back and reviewed these dates because nobody remembers these dates, but didn't go back enough to review that. What happened is at their most recent illegitimate convention, it was illegitimate, they amended their constitution to give the board the authority to disaffiliate, because normally only delegates in a convention could do that. But that convention was illegitimate. So they had an illegitimate convention to give them that power, and then they exercised that power, which would be illegitimately. That's why the disaffiliation happened. Of course, they made it clear that they did not want to be affiliated anymore. And members were coming to the LNC saying, it's been a hot mess here for a while. I'm not saying whether it was or it wasn't, I'm just telling you what people are telling us. We would like to be able to just start a new affiliate. She got this wrong, just absolutely wrong, while going, I was chair at that time. Procedurally, you didn't know what the hell you were doing. And that's okay. You have other people, but whatever. Okay. And she says it again, and she's wrong. Regardless of LPNM's intentions, LPNM remained the affiliate because it had no meaningful way to disaffiliate according to the National Party bylaws. That's not true. There are some people who might say that, but she's saying this as if it's a fact. You all just think about it for a second. Do you think that once you enter an agreement with the National Party, who can throw you out, that you just can never leave? Of course you can. What if you dissolved your state party, as Virginia tried to do, and they did so illegitimately? What? The LNC could stop you? Like, say the delegates went to convention and just repealed their bylaws and dissolved the party. Does the LNC go, I'm going to come and I'm going to send the slave catchers after you and we're going to force you back in? You know, Tennessee, every single year as a tradition, has a disaffiliation vote. You know, the Colorado bylaws give the Colorado Libertarian Party of Colorado the power to disaffiliate. It's a super, super high burden, probably could never be met. But yes, you do have the authority to disaffiliate. What the question becomes is who gets to do it? The board? No. Unless the bylaws explicitly give the board that power. So she's got this wrong. Okay. New Mexico's disaffiliation motion concerned trademark protection and counsel's advice. I'm not going to comment on that second part because McGriddle is still under an NDA, And I ain't going to say whether that was or was not counsel's advice, because that would be covered by the NDA. I do have an opinion on it, but I'm not going to talk about it, because that's nothing that's been released to the public or denied to the public. Okay. The rest, that none of that made any sense. Yes, it resulted in a costly legal battle. It resulted in a costly legal battle. Well, actually, it resulted in costly ballot access issue first and foremost. Was notice an opportunity to cure required? Yes, everyone on the LNC believed notice was required. No, because we weren't remember, she said we weren't considering disaffiliation. So how could she say with a straight face, of course, probably the same way she wrote with a straight face, to remove her significant other from her conflicts list when she was still paying him out of the party's kitty. How could you say with a straight face that everyone on the LNC believed that notice was required for disaffiliation, when even by her own understanding, we weren't considering disaffiliation? And the fact is, the one thing that set things over the line for why they were, would they ultimately have been disaffiliated if they just had those 4 illegal conventions? No. Maybe a couple years down the road, give delegates time to sort it out amongst themselves. What was the impetus was their illegal convention in which they purported to disaffiliate. There was never any letter sent about that saying, listen, we're going to pass a disaffiliation motion since you didn't have the authority to do that. You want to take a breather here? No. So the key event that led to disaffiliation had no notice, and it had no letter. The letter was basically after the disaffiliation vote, see ya, stop using our name. Let me, Gregory, I don't recall. I don't recall if they did, and I would have to see it to see how valid that would be if it was done at a state convention with proper threshold. And depending upon their bylaws, that could be 2/3. It could be a majority in some instances. In Colorado, it would be 7/8. Oh, so I don't recall that. So let's see here. Notice that is disaffiliation disciplinary in nature. To the next page. We're probably going to spend almost all of our time on hers. It doesn't matter. And where did she say? This is what's funny. Yes, outside the unusual circumstances with LPNH. So basically she says it's disciplinary except when it isn't. Wherever you go, there you are. What's the difference between a duck? So I would argue, if you're going to argue that something is disciplinary or not disciplinary, if you're going to argue for disciplinary, then the New Mexico one definitely was. They violated their bylaws and member rights. So how could it not be? But I gave a scenario in a prior show. Now, not everyone agrees with me on this, but I don't think that cause has to be wrongdoing in a cause for disaffiliation. I gave the example of, what if you just have an incompetent affiliate, and the way their bylaws are written, it's just impossible for members, productive members, to take control, and they don't grow. They never can recruit candidates. They keep losing ballot access. Meanwhile, you've got this group of 15 people. This is fanfic. I'm making up a story, but I'm giving you a hypothetical where it wouldn't be disciplinary. It's just that some people shouldn't be running a political party. So you got this other group that cannot take over the affiliate for whatever reason. But you want to have a successful affiliate, the only option you have is disaffiliation. There are multiple circumstances I could think of where a disaffiliation would not be disciplinary in nature, even if you thought this whole thing was a disciplinary thing. The reason she's bringing that in is she's trying to argue that somehow the Roberts Chapter 63 disciplinary provisions for members or LNC members, for party members or LNC members, comes into play. But it doesn't. So they claim that, then she goes to claim we need a disciplinary hearing. Where? Where do you see that in the bylaws? It's not. It gets imported into the bylaws for LNC members because it's in Roberts for officers and for party members, and it's not allowed for party members. It's not in our bylaws for party members. So you're only talking about officers. And by officer, I mean any LNC member. Roberts in that section uses the word officer much more broadly. So no, there doesn't need to be a disciplinary hearing. That's been actively refuted. But the reason why she has to claim that LPNM has to be an exception is because there was no disciplinary hearing there. Are you saying you screwed up, Angela? Okay. Then she goes on about Colorado, and I wanted to talk about this a little bit. It's at the bottom. LPCO was recently in hot water. Hot water by who? Not you. You wrote to the Colorado Secretary of State, completely in breach of your fiduciary duties, to try to remove the electors that Chase Oliver's campaign turned in. You had absolutely no authority to do that as chair. You did it behind the LNC's back. And then you're claiming, oh, LPCO was recently in hot water. Aided and abetted by you. Of all the people who could possibly bring up LPCO, which several has, you're about the only one who can't, sweetheart. Okay, so that's enough of that. Let's pull up some comments. Okay. Yeah, New Hampshire's coming up in 17 minutes. I am trying here. This is a lime, not lime. Is it lime? Because Sprite is lemon lime to begin with, isn't it? But it's like an extra lime, whatever. Yeah, I'm trying this with the little bit of vodka. It's not that good, but I'm just trying to finish up that soda because I bought it, and that's just how I am. Okay. Yes. Drink one. Jarmy looks visibly intoxicated, or you can smell him through the screen, which is going to be right from the beginning. Turns pink, mentions leftists or communists, mentions O'Donnell, Monzo. Yes, but I'm saying this is probably going to be a scratch and sniff episode. Just letting you know. But I don't think Jarmy's going to be representing himself. I think their attorney will be arguing their case for them. And I've said in multiple shows, I think their attorney did a good job in the brief, and I'm sure their attorney will do a good job in this hearing. Their attorney, you can tell, is a skilled litigator. Yeah. Or, so Gregory says it's hard to tell the difference between incompetence and malice, or just arrogance. Dunning-Kruger, incompetent and unaware of it. I think it's a bit more Dunning-Kruger. Okay. So Jack, in Colorado, the Colorado Secretary of State, and we could pull all of this up, didn't care who turned it in. So the state party, and under LPCO bylaws, LPCO um, elects electors. They never turn them in, and the campaign turned in electors. I was not involved with that. So whether the state should have taken them from the candidate, I have no idea. But that's not the national party's fight. According to the, I don't know what his title was. It was like compliance something or other at the Colorado Secretary of State. They did a long explanation as to why it was proper for the campaign to turn in electors. The state party tried to get James Wiley tried to get Wayne, because he was elected as an elector at our state convention, to sign the acceptance form. And up at the top, it says candidate. And James Wiley tried to get, and this is the guy trying to run for Secretary of State in Colorado, tried to get Wayne to sign the form where it was blank up at the top to say the candidate. Wayne started to write in the candidate, and James put his hand on him like this, and Wayne was like, "You better take your hand off of mine right now." So Wiley was engaging in a bit of intimidation there and unwanted physical contact to keep a validly elected elector from putting the validly nominated candidate onto the form. Oh yeah, and I forgot to say that as well. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, something else she got so wrong. She says LPCO was recently in hot water for placing RFK Jr. on the ballot. No, they attempted to. This is so sloppy. They attempted to put RFK Jr. on the ballot, but they didn't. Why? Little old me. And I got a nice email on the list from Angela. "You shall not usurp my authority. Respect my authority." It was my job, so there was no usurpation. And if you consider it usurpation, looks like I did. I didn't, because it was my duty. But where she said, "You shall not," in her worldview, I don't know, Angela. Some of us think duty's pretty damn important. Oh, yeah, and this is true here. Oh my God, this is so good. Yeah, we're probably not going to get to other amicus, but yeah, the fear that, and I don't know why, the fear that this is the first of many purges is so goofy when everyone, even in the Mises people and other contexts, claim that New Hampshire is not part of their caucus, acknowledge that New Hampshire is an outlier. Correct. And I'll let y'all know a secret. You know, Angela's pretending to be this big friend of New Hampshire right now, because if you haven't figured out, she's a mercenary and she eventually stabs everyone in the back. I've often said the only people that I believe Angela loves is her children. And in that respect, she's like Cersei Lannister. She would throw New Hampshire under the bus in an instant the minute it suited her. In fact, the entire time we were on an LNC together, she constantly bitched about New Hampshire to me. Okay. Yes, James is the one who defected to the GOP, and I will give Wiley some credit, because unlike Ben Weir, when Wiley registered as a Republican and decided he wanted to run for a Republican nomination, he had the honor to resign the LNC. I will give him absolute credit for that. Okay. And Greg, yeah, to answer your question, I'm not sure. I know she loves her children. I've seen like if you ever saw her around her little boy, she adores her children. Okay, so I want to bring up one more. We might do a show afterwards or go over these afterwards. Adam Balling submitted one. And there were things in here, if you guys didn't know what absolute scumbags the current leadership of LPNH is, this should really get you. And for some reason I can't find these on my computer, and I have to share them from my Mac Mini here. AirDrop. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Okay. This is one of those amicus that I don't think a lot of the facts that is going to be brought up here have much to do with the appeal. It has to do with behavior that was not part of the grounds. But what I do think it is valid for is to show you the character of the people. Because at times there are things that can't be utterly proven, and it comes into a credibility test, and it comes into a good faith test. And looking at, adjacent behavior gives you a feel for the people. Oh my God, I forgot how little this is. Okay, I'm going to hold this up to my eyeballs and try to give you all the things that shocked me. So it's just talking about the bad behavior at convention. It is talking upon the assault of that delegate who allegedly, quote unquote, stole free items, and how these items were being. So what delegation was she from? I forget. It's on here. Illinois. So that it was Illinois delegate, and how who is Ness was very obnoxiously still giving those brochures to the Illinois delegation. But let me tell you what, I did not know this, and this is completely repulsive. Okay, I can't find it in this tiny text, so I'm just going to tell you it from my memory. You can go read this yourself. So they have a Save the LPNH fundraiser on their site. And like fundraisers, like GoFundMe or whatever it might be, you can put the name of who did the donation, and you could also put a little message. Well, it turns out there are several donations on that site that lists the name of the delegate who was the Illinois delegate who was assaulted at convention. And under one of those messages, according to this amicus, it says, "Thank you, sir. Can I have another?" This is a woman who got punched in the face by a whole ass man over flyers. Now, am I claiming that someone from the leadership of LPNH made that message? No, but they are allowing it to remain on their site. And that is just so despicable. And that should tell you nearly everything you want to know. Okay. And oh, I see. Yeah, Jack here. Well, yeah, we're going to go off on LPCO for a minute. So you watch the LPCO board meeting and talking about having public comment. Me and another LPCO member, we are in this constant war with the LPCO board because they do have public comment, but it's at the end of the meeting. I understand you got business to get to, but let me just give any board that is thinking of doing that, of any board who's thinking of doing that, a pragmatic reason not to. So at the end of that meeting, I had like a list of 10 things to say. But if they had public comment at the beginning, I really only had one thing to say, and it wasn't negative or anything at all. The one thing I came there to say was the Independence Institute, which is a place in Denver who has graciously allowed the LPCO to use their facilities on the second Monday of the month for years. Every year I remind the board, hey, you really should send them a donation. It's very kind of them to let us use their space. That's all I came there to say. It's like, hey, can you guys throw the Independence Institute some money? But because members feel disrespected when they get shunted to the end of the meeting with the insinuation that if they run out of time, then they won't be able to comment. What you're doing the whole meeting is stewing. You're sitting there the whole meeting stewing and coming up with all your grievances. It becomes a Festivus poll at the end of the meeting. So by the time the meeting over, I was good and frothy. And I had a list of like 10 grievances to air. Whereas if they just had public comment at the beginning, all I was going to be like, hey, throw some lettuce at the Independence Institute. Done. You notice at LNC meetings, I very rarely talk in public comment because I know the opportunity is there and I usually don't have anything to say. So pragmatically, at the beginning of a board meeting, a member might think they're mad at you. At the end of a board meeting, they know damn well they're mad at you. So have public comment in the beginning. And you're like, well, we only have 90 minutes. We have to get business done. So putting it at the end gives you more time. If you weren't there at the end, I said to him, I hope you don't think that cutting a 16-inch pizza into 20 pieces instead of 14 gives you more pizza. Anyway, yeah. I arrived to that meeting already hot, even though all I was going to mention was the Independence Institute. About other issues, I probably should have just did something else that night. I was in a bad mood. Okay, let's see what else we may have here. I'm watching this. The live meeting hasn't started yet, so I want to pull up something here from my amicus. It's in the whole argument over the legitimacy of the JC thing. I do think that that bylaw is legitimately ambiguous. I'm not even going to... That's not up for me. The delegates at convention, they didn't overturn the ruling of the chair, but I found something interesting. Oh, that's the wrong one. I didn't pull up mine. But what I found is the intent of the delegates at the time they passed that amendment was so that if the JC was below its quorum for business, that they would still be able to fill their vacancies. So the institutional intent is there, but that's not up to us. That was up to the delegates at that convention. Mr. Jacobson and amicus chided me for not saying, well, a future convention could raise it. I'm not dealing with the future. I'm dealing with the situation as it exists now. And my statement, the situation as it exists now, is that that was a decision for the delegates at convention is absolutely and utterly correct. Okay, let's see here. Well, we are waiting. Let's go to this screen. Let's see. Hold on one sec. I want to check one setting. I'm going to hit refresh on that screen too. I do not see it yet. I'm getting some texts though. Let's see if any of these texts have anything to do with this. No, they don't. Let me see if an email has anything to do with this. No, I don't think so. No. So, who can I text to bug? Well, the ONC doesn't have, they're streaming it, but I guess we're just going to sit here and wait and I'll interact with comments. And hello, Mike. Yes, Joe, vote Eric Mulder. Matt DG, if you stayed for the whole meeting, Joe, I thought Matt DG did a really good job in his presentation. And the candidate we have out, Chris Hartman, in Clear Creek County in that two-way race, that's definitely a winnable race. So there was really good candidate stuff that went on at the LPCO convention. And they're having a special meeting on Wednesday on perhaps donating money to the Eric Mulder campaign. Oh, I wish you had submitted that, amicus, because we really needed to hear what was going on, you know, in New Hampshire outside of the very public stuff. Crap, I don't know. They are a minute late. And I want to. Can I talk to their manager? I'm trying to see who I can bug. I don't have anyone I can bug. Let me see. Well, under my limited options, we shall see. Let me hit refresh on this page. No. Okay, so what do y'all want to talk about while we're waiting? I have no idea what the agenda is going to be like. I have no idea what the format is going to be. Well, maybe while we're waiting, okay, I'll just stop if, let's see if what other amicus we can go over. Okay, we're not going to go. McGee's is really good. The second one he did, I encourage you all to go over that. He brought in a lot of points that I had brought up and incorporated it, and I thought that was very, very good. So I encourage you all to go over that. Here is something I want to go over, and I'm not doing this to like shame the person who's my friend. And hey, Trendolin, and this is amicus submitted by Ryan Brown. And again, Ryan and I are friends, so no shade, but when people say something wrong, they say something wrong. So on the page there where it says background and argumentation, he claims that there was a motion on the convention floor to disaffiliate New Hampshire, that motion failed, and then the LNC overrode the will of the delegates. As I said in my response a week and something ago, maybe this is a Mandela effect thing. But in the timeline the rest of us are living in, that never happened. There was never a motion from the floor to disaffiliate New Hampshire. There was a motion, I believe, and this I'm going from memory, I'm not positive of, to decredential the delegates. That's different. Jeremy Kaufman was certainly thrown out of the hall. But there was never a motion to disaffiliate from the floor. And even if there was, but there wasn't, but even if there was, that doesn't preclude the LNC from doing so. Voting down something is not the same as expressing an opinion of the opposite. There could be multiple reasons why you might vote down something that you would be in support of. Let me give you a reason why someone who would be in support of disaffiliation might vote no on the convention floor. The bylaws reserve that authority to the LNC. They may think that the convention didn't have that authority. And again, this never happened. I'm just giving you a hypothetical. Or they could wonder, what's the vote threshold? The bylaws say when the LNC does it, it has to be 3/4 of the entire LNC. But if the convention does it, it would just be a majority vote. That doesn't seem right. Also, there's an automatic right to appeal when the LNC does it. If the convention disaffiliates an affiliate, they have a zero right to an appeal, not even by petition. Why? Because the Judicial Committee has no authority over decisions of the convention except platform planks and resolutions that violate the statement of principles. Other than that, the JC has no authority over convention decisions. So there are some very, very good reasons why someone in this hypothetical world in which a disaffiliation vote came up on the floor to vote no. Now, when people asked me, would it be in order to have a disaffiliation vote on the convention floor? Because people were thinking of it, that's no secret. My first answer was no. The convention doesn't have that authority. Let me tell you the only reason why I walked that back a little, and I still haven't completely walked that back, is I posed that question on the Roberts Rules Forum, and everyone there seemed to think the convention did have that authority. I still question that because it removes appeal rights. I want New Hampshire or anyone else to have appeal rights. So, in any event, that I said in any event, and I do have liquor handy because you know how much I hate that expression and it keeps coming out of my mouth. I don't know what's going on. They are 7 minutes late. Let me hit refresh on that screen. This isn't good. This is no bueno. Okay, so we went over that. Just wanted to correct the misinformation there. Well, we might as well go over some of the McGee one then while we're waiting, since everyone admitted is not the right word. Everyone seems to agree that that's a very good amicus. Let me just pull that up on my laptop here. Are we looking at the right one? I am such a dumb bunny because I don't think I'm looking at the right one on my laptop because he's done multiple of them. Well, let's see if we can go from here. Correct. The disaffiliation. Yeah, this is something that I want to bring up. So many people have brought this up. I want to bring up the bylaws of the National Party. I know I brought this up on another stream, but I think this is really, really important. And let me see. Trendilyn says she just got the alert that they're starting. It's up. Hold on. Let me go there. Let me pull up. Where? Aha.
This is up to them what content they want to present to this committee. Then there'll be a period of 30 minutes is set aside for questioning the appellant, 30 minutes questioning the respondent. This committee does have the ability to vote to extend time if they so choose. And then we will end with a 5-minute close from each side, starting with the respondent and finishing with the appellants. The appellant will
Let
get
me
the
know
first
if y'all
word
can
and the
hear.
last word, since the burden of persuasion is on them. It's only fair to give them first and last words that they can persuade.
Let me know in chat if you can hear.
We're going to start this with me reading the motion that the LNC passed, as that is the topic du jour for this hearing. And so the motion that was passed on May 25th by the LNC reads as follows. The bylaws are clear that affiliate parties shall not endorse the candidate of another party. Despite this, the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire openly and publicly endorsed President Trump during the election. Furthermore, they have crudely and repeatedly undermined our own candidates and have espoused numerous anti-libertarian positions on a national level. Be it resolved
thank
that because of these reasons and more, the Libertarian National Committee moves to disaffiliate the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, mandating that they cease and desist the use of the party name and logo until such time as the LNC recognizes a new affiliate in New Hampshire that shares our party's foundational values. That motion was proposed and it passed 15 to 2 to 1, just to make sure we're all clear on that. And also when I read this, I said President Trump, but when it was verbalized at the hearing or at the meeting, it
the
said
Pat
Donald Trump.
Dixon Committee.
But just to be very clear, so we're all clear on what was done. This did pass 15 to 2-1. It met the threshold of 3/4 of the entire committee, which was required. And those are basically the facts of where we're at. With that, we are now going to move into, the rules of decorum. Hey, treat this like an actual court. Like, let's treat it with some respect is basically the decorum here. Those that are participating, it would be beneficial to everyone, including themselves, I believe. So yes, so we are now into the opening statements. Mr. Hewitt, the floor is yours for 15 minutes. The time I see as 8:10, so you have, I just turned to 8:11, so you have till 8:26 and you don't have to, by the way, neither party has to use all their time. Completely optional. So
Mr. Molman, if I could, before I start my opening statement, a
yes.
quick procedural request of you. The instructions do not specify witness time, except that I see they say with leave of the committee. So
Yep.
I'd like to request leave of the committee to allot 10 minutes each to two witnesses, Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Hubbard, and 5 minutes each to Miss McCardle and Mr. Weir. And if I could, I would like to call those witnesses after my opening statement, but before the committee questioning of me, for the reason that a few of the witnesses have some time constraints. Angela McCardle has to deal with a newborn baby. And so I would ideally like to dispose of the witness testimony before we move on to the 30 minutes of questioning.
Okay. Yeah, those darn children always getting in the way. No, I'm joking, by the way.
Pat Dixon has his hand raised.
So I don't know that we had time, 30 minutes, because that adds up to 30 minutes of time for the witnesses themselves. I don't believe that we had time set aside for those witnesses. We'd have to talk to the committee to get an approval of that. So what I understand you're asking for is 15 minutes for the opening from you, Mr. Hewitt, and then 30 minutes worth of testimony from those witnesses before we would go into 30 minutes of Q&A.
Or in the alternative, Mr. Chair, if I could have some guidance as to the total amount of time I might be allotted for witnesses altogether, so that I know how much to divide between each witness.
Okay, so it was our intent that your opening statement was your free-for-all for anything you wanted to use, which includes witnesses or anything to that extent. So that was our intent. If that is not enough time, if you feel that that is not enough time, I can ask the committee if they'd be willing to extend the time for you for your opening statement period before we get to Q&A. I can't answer whether or not they would be willing to do that, but I can make that motion. We can ask the committee.
Well, I would love to call some. I would love to address the substance, the bylaws, and the Roberts Rules questions. I think that will require some time before your questioning to raise some substantive arguments. And since there was no underlying factual adjudication, I would love to call a few witnesses. So I would request leave of the committee to do a 10-minute opening statement at least, and at least 20 minutes in total of questioning of witnesses.
Okay, so that's 30 minutes instead of 15, basically, for what we had allocated for a 15-minute opening statement is essentially what we would be looking at there.
If I understand correctly, that there is no alternate way to call witnesses other than by sacrificing my opening statement.
I think they should give them that time.
That is correct. Yes, Ms. Hewitt. That was the intent.
They should give them that
I'm going
time.
to ask right now of the committee, is there objection to extending time for the opening statements from 15 minutes to 30 minutes for each side? Is there any objection to that?
I object.
Okay, Mr. Dixon objects. So,
As do I.
okay, and Mr. Goldstein objects.
John, I'll send that to you right now.
There's an objection, so let's go ahead and
it was completely inappropriate.
Dr. Moulton, are you in a position where you're able to take a roll call vote? I know we weren't necessarily planning on that, but are you in a
sure.
position where you could do that?
I can do that if you all want.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that now?
Restate the question, please.
The question is whether we will extend the opening statement period from 15 minutes to 30 minutes, and we'll give that to both sides. So again, it's optional how much they want to use, but extending the time to 30 minutes for opening statements for the appellant and the respondent instead of 15. We're increasing the time from 15 to 30.
I'll have to send it to you after the meeting.
So I don't know that we really need discussion.
I'm sure I'll be
Mr.
taking
Hewitt
more.
Gave his explanation on why he would like that. I don't know that anybody unless somebody really wants to discuss it. I see Mr. Dixon and Ms. Jingle both have her hand up. Is that for discussion or is that for?
I'd just like to hear some rationale from both, or either Sam or Pat.
So, I mean, I can re-summarize real. Oh, you want to hear rationale for why they don't want to extend time?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'll be happy to. We don't have time. We've sent out the procedure. The most important part of this, in my opinion, is our ability to question. We've reviewed a lot of these briefs. That time needs to be preserved. We cannot be extending time this much.
I agree with what Pat said. We set time limits for each party, and we are not in a position to extend this much beyond what our end time is anyway. So that's why I'm going to vote against this this proposal.
All right. I'll just quickly speak in favor of it because I think it's this is a big deal, guys. I don't know if you know this, but like this is from what I've been able to research. This is the first time that there's been an actual true disaffiliation of an affiliate in 50 something years, right? Like
No,
there's been constructive
New Mexico.
disaffiliations over fights over leadership and stuff.
Arizona was
I'm
disaffiliated.
not worried about a half hour.
New
So
Mexico was
that's my take on
disaffiliated.
it,
But I
and
agree
why
with
I say
Ken
I
that
will
they
be
should
voting in
give them
favor.
the time.
So,
Could we also
anybody
hear
else?
from the respondents' spokesperson on this matter, since they're involved in this?
If there's someone on the respondent side, Mr. McGee, is Mr. McGee here?
Yes.
Right there, I'm sorry, you're under LNC secretary. I apologize. I was looking for your name. If there's no objection, let's hear from Mr. McGee on the matter.
Obviously, I could watch it here, but I'm
Personally,
looking
actually
over at the
not
big
opposed to
screen.
extending time. However, I will not be using the additional time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. McGee. So with that said, then, is there any further discussion on, this is basically a motion to extend time.
I've
for
got this
period,
cord that's in my way. I
from
want to get out of the
two
way.
15-minute periods to two 30-minute periods. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. Dr. Moulton, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Ms. Jingle? Ms. Jingle?
No.
Yes or no?
No,
Okay. Ms. O'Brien?
Yes, extend time.
Mr. Neal?
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Mr.
I still
Dixon?
don't like this
No.
one thing I have in my way,
Mr.
but
Goldstein?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Molman?
I will vote yes.
Time is extended. I'm sorry. There are 4 yeses and 3 nos.
All right, with that, then the motion passes. Mr. Hewitt, you have a total of 30 minutes to present your opening argument and your witnesses before we hear from the respondent side, who will also have the same opportunity, though they've expressed that they won't take that much time, whatever. It's their time to choose how they use it. And then obviously we'll continue with the rest of it where we'll go into Q&A. But you have 30
Can't
minutes.
point to personal privilege real fast.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You want to remember we had a discussion about interjecting some personal time in this meeting?
Yes. Okay. So I'm sorry. I should mention that as well. So, and actually, since we're doing 30-minute opens, we might do one after. The committee talked about taking short breaks in between each thing, just so we're not here on a 3.5-hour death march. That we actually have some time to relax and get thoughts together and whatnot. I think that benefits everyone involved. So at the end of each period, now that we've extended to 30 minutes, I think it makes sense that we would maybe take 2 or 3 minutes at the end of each 30-minute period, at least, if not 5. We'll play it by ear, but just so everyone knows what to expect, that we'll take a break after each period so that, yeah, we can chill out for a minute. So, all right. With that said, I'm reading that it is 8:19. I'm going to guess that by the time I quit talking, it's going to be 8:20. With 30 minutes, that'll take your speaking period, Mr. Hewitt, to 8:50 p.m. Eastern Time. And so you are welcome to begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to first put our position on the record with respect to 3 different issues that I don't intend to focus on in my opening statement, but I want to make our position clear on these 3 issues. First, I filed or attempted to file a reply brief with some supplementary evidence attached. I will attempt to introduce that into the record once I've called a witness later in this statement. However, to whatever extent that additional pleading and evidence was rejected, we wish to put our objection on the record to the rejection of that pleading under
It's not a
JC Rules
pleading.
2.9 and 2.3, which contemplate multiple kinds of briefs, documents, and supporting evidence. And because we are the party whose rights are at issue in this
You're a
hearing.
Republican.
Secondly, we want to put
never
our
mind. You
objection
mean
on the
party
record
as
to
in
the
person.
committee's
Okay.
rejection of 2 filings by groups of 6 to 10 Libertarian Party affiliates in support of LPNH, a separate brief in support of LPNH by the Libertarian Party of North Carolina, and a brief by the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. We object on the record to those 4 rejections for the reasons stated in my reply brief and the 10 affiliate amicus brief. And we would ask, although we know the committee can't take it up at this moment, that the committee reconsider under Robert's Rules 61.9, as this is a disciplinary proceeding, the rejection
It's
of
not a
those,
disciplinary
amicus briefs.
proceeding.
And lastly, I would note that we do agree on the merits with Mr. Cizilki's amicus brief that a quorum is required to fill
Robert
JC
61.9
vacancy
has to deal with
seats.
decorum.
We don't plan to focus on that issue.
I think he meant
Otherwise, but
63.9.
because some amici were confused about our position, we wanted to be clear on that. And we do
Let's
think that this committee should read amicus Cizilki's arguments and consider
He meant
formally the
63.9.
question of
He
whether the quorum
misstated as
requirements in the bylaws
61.9.
govern vacancy appointments before it reaches the merits in this case. So I'd like to talk now about social media. And I hadn't planned to talk about social media, but the reason I want to focus on this a bit in these first 10 minutes here is that I noted that the LNC intends to call a witness to speak to discussions between some LNC members and LPNH that happened in 2025. And the content of those conversations was focused only on social media conduct, not on the Trump endorsement. So I do want to discuss the question of whether social media conduct not defined in this motion or during the LNC meeting at which this vote happened can be the basis for a disaffiliation motion.
It certainly
As
can
you all
be.
heard Chair Molman read a moment ago, the motion alleged generically that LPNH has undermined candidates, that it's expressed unspecified numerous unlibertarian positions. There isn't a shred of specificity about that within
And
the
it's-
4 corners of the motion.
The
to disaffiliate,
specificity is the
LPNH.
nature of the
As we
cause, which
documented
was
in
given.
our petition, there was not even, believe it or not, there was no specificity about that at the LNC meeting at which this vote occurred. You can listen to that entire recording. At no point does someone quote a single tweet or statement prior
At no
to voting
point
on
are you
this
quoting
motion.
the bylaws
There
where
were
that is
motions to
required, Mr.
enumerate
Hewitt.
lists of particulars that were rejected, and one LNC member in opposing
When are
one
you
of
going to
those
quote the
motions
actual
said,
bylaws,
quote,
Mr.
"I
Hewitt?
may not have a list of particulars, but we all know what's been going on up there," unquote. Even the LNC's respondents brief, which we think, by the way, would be clearly too late to give notice of cause, included exactly 2 social media posts. And those were both posts by Jeremy Kaufman, made in his personal capacity, that did not even address LPNH. So I'd like to give a couple reasons why any evidence or argument that relies on LPNH's social media posts
He
to
hasn't yet
sustain
quoted the
disaffiliation
bylaws, and he just
are
did
really
one
beyond the
misquote
pale
of
what
Roberts.
it's appropriate for this committee to consider. And one reason is, first of all, there's a lot of discussion in the pleadings about the Roberts Rules of Order understanding of for cause. But without even looking at the Roberts for cause standard at all, we can just look at party bylaws 5.6.
Okay,
And
good. We're going to the
bylaw
bylaws now.
5 says at least 3 pertinent things. It says the LNC shall have the power to revoke for cause. It says that the motion to revoke for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation. And it says that at the hearing, the burden of persuasion shall rest upon the appellant.
You just skipped a whole
there's
phrase.
At least a couple of interpretive principles from Robert's Rules that we should bear in mind when we're trying to make sense of what those requirements mean. And just one of them that I want to highlight here, since I want to abbreviate
the
this statement a
hearing
little bit,
is by the Judicial Committee.
5669(2), which says that when an interpretation of a provision renders another provision absurd, then the alternative interpretation must be taken as the true meaning. And the reason that's important here is because if some general statement like unlibertarian positions and undermining our own candidates,
He miscited Roberts
if
again.
that
It's
can be the basis of
5668,
alleging
not
with
69.
specificity the cause, then the
No,
idea that the burden of
the
persuasion is on the
nature
appellant,
of the
who is us
cause.
in this hearing, is rendered completely absurd. It has essentially no meaning.
No, that's what the
that
delegates
concept of the burden of
chose.
persuasion being on the appellant really presumes that the appellant has an opportunity to rebut a definite allegation.
No, it's just it's a
And the burden
bad
of proof
provision that
provision
the
there has
delegates
no
knew what they
meaning
were
if
doing.
the disaffiliation motion can just say this affiliate consists of bad people doing bad things, and the affiliate then needs to wait for a hearing to find out what that is. And it doesn't help, I think, if the affiliate is supposed to read through a dozen, 24 different amicus briefs, 6 or 7 different Harlos briefs, some briefs which I couldn't conceivably have had an opportunity to read because some briefs were posted, within the past few hours. If those amicus
I got a
briefs, if there's some
specific
thought that
mention.
somehow those constitute sufficiently specific notice of what the wrongdoing is, then the idea of the burden of proof being on the appellant is rendered absurd. And the other the other concern here I'll just note quickly is that this committee's opinion in Phillies, where it was applying the Roberts for cause standard,
For an
it pointed
officer.
out under that standard, an accused has the right to be apprised precisely of the conduct in which she is alleged to have engaged in order
Discipline
to prepare
for an
her
officer.
defense. And so no matter where you look to define, for cause, and this was an application of the Roberts for cause standard, but whether you
No,
look
it
at
was an
Roberts, you look at Little
application
Cases or something else,
of the
for
Roberts
cause is
trial
always a limiting
procedure
principle on the disciplinary
for
authority. It's not an empowering
officers.
principle like at will. And if that principle prohibits you from doing only one thing, it prohibits you from saying these are bad people doing badly bad things, and that's why they should be disaffiliated. So we would ask that under JC Rule 2.8, that the committee reject and strike written or verbal content that purports to use LPNH's social media content as a basis for sustaining disaffiliation. That's true because of 2.8a. It's outside the committee's jurisdiction because it has not been noticed. As I said, it wasn't even in the respondent's brief. And under K, because K says the committee can strike and exclude anything that fails to comply with the rules and bylaws. And the entire structure of the rules and bylaws presume notice with specificity of specific wrongdoing. Now I'd like to talk for a couple minutes about the Trump so-called endorsement vote.
So-called, it was an endorsement.
61 through 63 in Robert's rules is an integrated whole, and we focus on, and especially in the respondent's brief that I'd like to introduce, we focus on why this concept of for cause in Roberts is a substantive requirement.
He's not a
of
parliamentarian.
What Roberts calls the basics of a fair procedure, where there's notice and there's an investigation, there's an opportunity to be heard.
An
and there's
officer.
violence. But
it's not
something
the same
else
thing.
that I want to point to here is that the JC rules and the bylaws provisions that talk about this JC, they are full of words like appellate, and appellant, and these sorts of words. And if you look at any authoritative definition of what appellate is, like a Black's Law definition of appellate always presumes that there was some underlying adjudication. Appellate presumes that this isn't a court of first impression. You all mentioned at some length just a moment ago, this committee has limited time. You want to hear a narrow set of issues. You don't want this to function as
because
some
it's
sort of
on paper.
Investigative committee.
It's mostly on paper.
Extensive questioning of lots of witnesses. That's something that should have happened in an underlying adjudication. And an interpretive principle, I've mentioned a few of these from Roberts. One is 5668 2 through 4, which says
I've said multiple times, I don't like this bylaw.
So all these words like appellant, appellee, we should presume these were chosen with some specific purpose. They're not just random words that are synonyms for procedure or something like that. And a couple of other separate arguments are that a background principle in Robert's rules is that there is basically a fair disciplinary process. 63:7 says these are the basic elements of a fair disciplinary process, and these steps must be followed in the absence of
nothing
specific
to
disciplinary
do
provisions in your
with
bylaws. 63.7 it says
disaffiliation.
must be followed. Now, again, 61 through 63, everyone agrees that the text of those rules is focused on members and on officers.
Yes.
But it talks at great length about the concept of for cause, and it says the norm in Robert's
members,
rules, which is incorporated in this party's bylaws, is that
he's getting this very
default.
wrong.
This is a fair disciplinary procedure is the default. If you don't have something else, default to this disciplinary procedure.
For officers
and then finally, there's a separate argument which we highlighted in our initial petition. This initial Dixon committee created under this Jarvis motion in 2021. The LNC has responded here. Well, there was never a motion to kind of adopt the findings of this committee formally by the LNC, but the original motion creating this committee said it contained within it this idea that this was going to be a model for intervening in the internal affairs of affiliates, and it said that it had some of these elements of a basic disciplinary process, findings, recommendations, and an investigation.
I've dealt with this in my amicus.
So because I would like to go to some witnesses, that's all from me on those topics for now, but I look forward to taking your questions.
He's a good attorney. I don't care what anyone says here. He is doing well as an attorney. Just like I said, his petition was good.
Go with Angela McCardle, since she needs to leave soon. Angela, if you're still here.
Hi, I am here.
Fantastic. All right. Well, everyone just heard your names, Angela McCardle. Angela, what was your role in the party in 2022?
Embezzling.
I was the national
credibly accused of embezzling.
Latter half of 2022.
Until you resigned in disgrace.
Did you write a letter to the Libertarian Party of New Mexico in August of 2022?
Yes, I did.
I wrote it for her.
What was that letter about?
Believe the August letter was regarding Libertarian Party of New Mexico's illegal convention. Why the National Party viewed it as illegal, and
she can't explain
what they could
to you
do to
why.
come back into compliance.
Just say she can't explain why.
Okay. And I'm going to ask the committee to accept on the record the document that we've entitled Petitioner's Reply Brief and Motion, which has this letter attached. I'm assuming, Mr. Molman, because of my limited time, I should not discuss this with the committee now, and we should take this up at some point after I've concluded.
He's doing a good job as an attorney.
Sure. And by the way, and I'm pausing.
This isn't a legal proceeding.
You're more than happy, or we're more than willing to take your reply brief in this hearing. Any documents, any evidence you have to bring forward, this is the time to do that.
Okay. Well, I'd like to put onto the record the reply brief, which has this letter attached. This is the first exhibit on the reply brief that I'd like to ask Ms. McCardle about. This letter, what did you ask Libertarian Party of New Mexico to do specifically?
The August 9th letter?
Yes, the August 9th letter.
Just one second.
Because she can't remember. Because she didn't write it. Because I wrote it for her.
This was about, you said this was about their constitutional convention being invalid.
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
Because there were 2 letters I sent.
2 letters I wrote for you.
I think in this letter, in the first letter, in the July letter, we sent more requests for them to come into compliance with their own bylaws and the national bylaws. And I think in the August letter, we
didn't say anything about the national bylaws.
Member rights, why we were getting involved.
Explain it, Angela. Explain it.
This issue with the Secretary of State.
If I said that I'm looking at the letter and you asked them to repudiate their July Constitutional Convention as null and void, and to recognize their previous constitution as their valid constitution, does that sound correct to you?
Oh my God, she's so unprepared.
What next steps was the LNC discussing if the Libertarian Party of New Mexico did not comply with this letter?
We weren't discussing
disaffiliation.
No, we were not.
And trying to claw back ballot access via the Secretary of State.
And so
We were not
disaffiliation
at
was
that
being
point.
discussed. What process were people discussing using to disaffiliate Libertarian Party of New Mexico on the LNC?
All of us said publicly that we were
setting
not.
a meeting, setting an advance notice meeting.
You are so full of
And
shit.
what kinds of things
You are
did people
lying.
think would have
You
were
are
going to happen at this meeting?
lying.
Well, we would hear.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Affiliation, essentially like a mini disciplinary hearing.
She is full. She's lying. She is
in these
lying.
discussions on the LNC, did anyone ever suggest, hey, we don't need to do any of this process. We can just vote right now and just unilaterally disaffiliate the Libertarian Party of New Mexico at will, or anything roughly along those lines?
Which happened in September 11th.
Who proposed that, and some of it was going to be discussed in executive session, which I won't repeat, but the majority of the LNC said that we had to give due process, basically, that we were not.
It
going
wasn't
to
even a discussion until they disaffiliated, and there were 2 weeks
People on the LNC
between
weren't
then
supportive of it.
and
Members
then.
weren't supportive of it. It was going to go to the JAC. It was going to create
She's lying.
Potentially illegal issue.
She's lying.
And that,
oh
maybe
my
one
God.
or two people thought that was fine, and maybe there was going to be an argument made via Robert's Rules of Order or some other, governance policy that we weren't going to have to give them notice. But the majority.
No, you look like an idiot.
And didn't believe that it was going to stick, even if we tried it.
What did the Libertarian Party of New Mexico do after you sent them this August 9th letter? What was the next step?
She's lying through her teeth.
I think shortly after that, they sent out a press release saying that they had disaffiliated from the National Party.
And did you know they were going to do this?
Not officially. I mean, I had an idea that they were going to do it because they'd been threatening it, or there had been rumors of it. It was a few years ago, so I don't recall exactly, but I didn't know for sure that they were going to do it.
So how did the Libertarian Party of New Mexico announcing they were disaffiliating themselves bear on the subsequent LNC vote to say that the Libertarian
Let's
Party of New
see
Mexico
if she gets this wrong here.
Well, that escalated and sped things up pretty quickly.
That's true.
That basically disposed.
But we were not. We were not
majority of
considering
arguments saying that we were gonna
disaffiliation
have to have
before.
anything like a disciplinary hearing.
She's lying. Those words never came up.
Improperly disaffiliating from the National Party. They were not going to cooperate with us. They were not going to fight it. They wanted to be disaffiliated.
Great. All right. Thank you, Angela. That's all from me for now. And because of the format of these questions, I suppose neither council has the opportunity to question each other's witnesses, I guess. Is that correct, Chairwoman?
They should let them do that.
That's correct, at least not in this period.
All right. Okay,
Thank
Angela, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to ask Nick Hubbard to come up now. Nick, are you here?
Hello. Yes.
Hey, Nick. Thanks for joining us. When did you join the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, and what roles have you had in the party?
I believe I joined spring or early summer of 2021. I think my roles were I was on the politics committee at one point. I was vice chair for 2 executive committees, and then stepped in as chair at the end of 2025.
Were you vice chair when Ryan Bloodworth proposed that the executive board vote to endorse Donald Trump?
Yes.
Were there different factions
The
at the time
LNC
represented
literally
within
had
LPNH?
0 discussions about a disciplinary hearing.
So
she
just
is
one,
fucking
we're a little pressed for
lying.
time here, but one area where some libertarians in New Hampshire are divided on Trump, including among libertarians who identify as right-leaning, is on President Trump's trade policy. Where do you fall in that debate?
I'm opposed to Donald Trump's interventionist trade policies.
When you were vice chair and chair, were board members in general aware of your views on controversial issues?
I believe so, yes.
And did you support Bloodworth's proposal to endorse Trump?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe Jeremy Kauffman was instructing Ryan Bloodworth or the other board members to endorse Trump?
No.
Do you ever recall Jeremy Kauffman saying it would be a good idea for the LPNH to endorse Trump?
No, I don't believe that ever
He
happened.
posted that on social
And after
media.
vice chair, you were the chair, right?
Yes.
Were you ever contacted as chair by the LNC about the previous Trump endorsement?
Not to my recollection.
Do you know if other LPNH board members were ever contacted about the Trump endorsement specifically by members of the LNC?
I don't know that. I'm sorry.
Okay. The LNC did not ask you to rescind or disavow the Trump endorsement vote. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
To my knowledge, that never occurred.
All right. And I've submitted to the chair and the secretary the 2024 bylaws. These were the bylaws that were in effect at the time that you were vice chair when this Trump endorsement vote occurred. Do you recall those bylaws say that candidates are nominated by the party at conventions and not by the executive board? Does that sound correct to the best of your recollection?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't have the bylaws in front of me.
He's not good
All
with
right.
bylaws
Do you
or
remember
with Roberts, but
let me
he's a
ask you
good
this then. Do you remember
attorney.
the executive committee ever voting to decide any other candidate that LPNH was going to endorse?
This is a really bad line
I
of questioning,
believe
though.
those votes occurred at the state conventions.
Yeah, that would fit with the bylaws. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I appreciate it. And I would like to bring
Nominations
up Ben Weir. Ben, if
aren't
you're
the
available.
same as an endorsement.
Great. Ben, fantastic. Thank you all so much for being so efficient. Ben, what positions have you held within the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire and when?
When I first moved here in 22, 23,
What the hell is Jeremy
I
Kauffman
was,
watching?
I believe, an at-large after my first term on the board. And then I did take a year off. And then in 2025 at the convention, I ran for chair and I got that position. And I held that chair position until late fall of 2025, where I had to resign due to other political obligations that were occurring at that time. I was also on various committees and on the Libertarian National Committee as well during that entire time.
Hey, you guys,
when you were
put
chair,
more stuff in comments because we need viewer
Correct. Yeah, from
commentary
2024 to 2026.
on these proceedings.
And you were
It's
elected
funny
as chair
how Weir
after
isn't
the
being
Bloodworth
as
board voted
belligerently
to
aggressive
endorse
as he
Donald
was
Trump.
with the LNC.
Correct.
And you have submitted an amicus brief, and you've spoken in that amicus brief about the fact that you were outspokenly and vocally opposed to the Trump endorsement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think any. Yeah, it's pretty public information that I was adamantly opposed to the Trump endorsement.
All right, Ben. And then while you were chair of the LPNH and while you were simultaneously on the LNC, did anyone on the LNC ever say that you had violated the bylaws or LPNH had violated the bylaws through this Trump endorsement vote?
They never implied that I was responsible for the previous board's endorsements.
I notice how slippery he was
I remember
there.
it was spoken about on the LNC to some degree, but never in any kind of serious capacity in terms of
I was
whatsoever.
very serious.
Did you meet with, did you have a meeting with
Notice
Stephen
he
Michaela?
avoided lying outright like he did in his
and a
brief.
subsequent meeting with Jeremy Kauffman as well and the vice chair of the LNC.
Yes, as well as the former comms director, Brian McWilliams.
in either of those meetings, did any of the LNC members ever bring up this Trump endorsement?
I brought it up multiple times. I wasn't in those meetings, but I brought it up to him multiple times.
You know, where we would stick by 3 rules as long as they weren't violated against us, and that was no inter-party attacks. We can stick to sophisticated disagreement on social media, and provide context when being controversial. There was nothing ever talked about in terms of Trump endorsement. In fact, it was most people were of the opinion that this was kind of a bygone. Like it was.
I will say, I
not
think
really
the
anything that
LNC
people
did
were
the
even
Judicial
thinking
Committee
about
dirty
anymore.
by allowing
Was this,
chat.
when you say agreement, was this
The
some
reason
kind of
why
contract, or was it just
they
an
didn't have a
informal
meeting
discussion
where
about how you were
everyone
both
like
gonna
us
proceed?
could
We
just
had a
go
verbal
into it, was to
discussion,
keep it a
and
closed meeting?
amongst the
That
LPNH
right
board,
there
we had an
is
agreement
completely
of what we
inappropriate,
would submit
bad
to
on the LNC.
And I submitted a letter to the LNC, which I can provide for the JC.
They don't have chat open for their
If
meetings,
they're interested,
but they
it is
did it for the
public.
JC.
And it basically it talks about the entire conversations of everything that went down during those calls about communications on Twitter and stuff.
And it had nothing to do with the Trump endorsement vote?
Not even a little bit.
And
He was talked to about it, not at those meetings,
libertarians, is that correct?
but he was told many times
Correct,
about
yeah.
this.
Basically no inter-party attacks, aggressive language, slurs, no right-coded insults, gay, retard, racist, incel, stuff like that. As well as calls for disaffiliation or removal of other party members from
You mean like you
know,
called
other
for the
parties and stuff.
disaffiliation of the Libertarian
what
Party of
happened to that
Ohio for daring to run a candidate
Well,
against
pretty
Vivek
quickly after this
Ramaswamy?
agreement came out, we stuck to our guns and we actually were following all these rules even well past the fact that we were getting attacked right immediately after it was released. And, you know, we stuck to these rules for a good while, and
You violated them the next day. And this wasn't an agreement. This is something you guys just shoved out there.
Yeah, there's pretty much, there was no,
the National Party
no
can't control what party members
given,
do.
Trying
He's so
to
full of shit.
come up with any kind of agreement there. Like we were basically extending our hand, but the hand was slapped away by many other party members.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Nothing further for now. Much appreciated. I'm going to ask Jeremy Kaufman to come up with the last few minutes here.
I'm here and ready.
Thank you, Jeremy. We just have a few minutes left. What positions have you held in LPNH and when?
I have been the chair of LPNH since our convention earlier this year. Prior to that, I spent a full term as secretary after being elected in our 2025 convention, and I served as interim secretary from the end of 2024 into the 2025 convention. Before that, I was the chair of the comms team for around a year, and then prior to that, I was just a comms member with other people acting as chair. So I've really risen through the party over the years.
And what was your position on the Bloodworth board's attempt to endorse Trump?
You know, I, as someone who was not eligible to participate in that meeting, and as the first meeting I was ever on the LPNH XCOM, mostly took a back seat, I did have some concerns, specifically because of some of the things that are happening now. You know, I do think that you know, there is an obligation for the Libertarian Party to support Libertarian candidates. And
oh, you said opposite shit at convention. Oh my God.
Were you present for, sorry, and I need to ask first, did you personally think Libertarians should vote for Trump separately from your view on what the LPNH should have done?
I think that's a complex question that depends on your
You
views
said
as a
so. Why don't you
and
just
put
say so with your full
primacy
chest?
on and how you view voting itself. Some libertarians think that you should never vote for the lesser of two
He's dissimulating.
evils. Some libertarians see themselves, you know, such
Just
as
say with your full chest what you said online,
you know,
Jeremy.
You're trapped in a democracy, and you should,
Can't
in
believe
fact,
you're being
just
such a
vote for the lesser of
coward.
two evils, even if that person is not a libertarian. So this is, you know, I'm well read on my libertarian literature. I've been a libertarian since
And you're
I learned the
humble,
word.
and you're a
And this is
coward.
an area where libertarians have argued for a long time. Should they be purists or should they be pragmatists?
Do you agree with Ben's characterization that in these meetings with LNC members, the Trump endorsement was not brought up?
Not a single time.
What will it mean for the Libertarian Party as a national organization if disaffiliation is upheld?
We won't be
You know,
associated with
Ken opened this
racists
meeting
and
by
people
talking about how
who
serious
advocate
and
violence
unprecedented
and
this is.
endorse
And I
other
do hope that all
candidates of
JC
members of other
members
political
are
parties.
considering this. You know, libertarians like to have these sayings about they're neither right nor left, or, you know, we
He
should fight the
looks like
state, not each other. Every political test I've taken my entire life, and I will admit
there's
this is one
something
area where my
going
Twitter haters
on
get
with
me a
him
little
right
bit. Is
now.
they
There's
keep taking these
something not
political
right.
quizzes,
Besides the fact that
and
I
they
can
keep
smell
saying I'm
him
a
through the
libertarian. Every
screen.
single one I take when I give my answer says, Jeremy, you're a libertarian. And so I do see this as the LP risking tearing itself apart. I think this risks setting off
Like you
a cascade of
care.
events
You wanted
that
to
means
end
that
the
every
LP.
convention is a fight
I have
about
to do
kicking out
this.
states so that various factions
Jeremy, right
can
here.
control the party. It
Right
seems that the
here.
Libertarian Party itself now exists in this state where most of the time is spent fighting over who controls the party. And I think that's a really disastrous outcome. The LP is supposed to be built on these principles of decentralization, local control. I mean, even if you just imagine how libertarianism works, people have different cultural views, people have different social views, people put
It's
premise in
not
different issues.
acceptable
In a
within the
libertarian America,
Libertarian
people are going to
Party
sort
to have
themselves out. Different types of
racist
people are going to live in different places.
messaging from
So
state
yeah,
parties.
LPNH can be a
Suck
very
it.
right-wing voice. It can take different perspectives
No,
on issues where libertarians
libertarianism is
disagree
not
than other
left wing and
libertarians
it's
do.
not right
But in
wing.
any libertarian America, those people are still going to exist. And from the perspective of those who don't like us, it sure would be better if we all live in the New Hampshire gulag, you know, than you're stuck living amongst us. So I think this risks some really bad outcomes. I think the people who are
You don't
voting
care
on this
about
should think
outcomes,
really carefully
Jeremy.
about it, because I think it's not going to
Is
end
that a
here.
threat?
I think it only will further tear the party apart over time.
Chairwoman, could Mr. Kaufman have 1 to 2 sentences to answer a final quick question?
No.
With the
You were
indulgence
given
of the board,
30 minutes.
any objection? The board is not objecting. The committee is not objecting. Go ahead.
Jeremy, what is the
Ivan's
status
hair
of
has
Andrew
gotten really
Allgood's
long.
membership in LPNH?
Andrew Allgood has been suspended pending an investigation. You know, we take due process and doing things the right way very
You
seriously. I
defended
would
what
like
he
the
did,
Libertarian Party.
Jeremy.
I've been through the court system. My company library was torn apart by the federal government. And I think if there's a bare minimum that we ought to follow if we want people to respect us, is our court systems and our procedures should be better than what the federal government does and not worse.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes this period. Committee members, we had
I
originally
think
talked about
someone
doing
in
15,
that
15,
chat
and then a
thinks
break, but we
Ivan's
then
is
extended to
me.
30 minutes. Is there a desire to take a 5-minute break here? I know I've been taking notes on all this and my hand hurts. I've been writing down things that I want to ask questions about or have been thinking about. Is there objection to 5 minutes right now?
Do it.
I'm not seeing any objection. We're gonna stand at ease then for 5 minutes. We'll return at 8:58 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you so much, Mr. Hewitt, and thank you for your presentation to your witnesses. Stand by. We're gonna let
Yeah,
the
he's a good attorney.
and then we'll hit Q&A. And to those watching this hearing, I guess I'm hoping that that's only people that are interested, because I don't know why else you would be watching this. Stand by. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Just Mr. Molman, just so you're aware,
Yes.
the live stream will be continuing.
Yes.
I can't pause it.
Yeah,
so.
that is a great point to bring up to everyone. Is the live stream is still live? Please mute yourself while we're in these breaks. It'll be better for everyone involved. Nothing embarrassing occurs if you turn off your camera and mute your mic. So that's what I'm going to do for the next 4 minutes.
Okay, guys, I am probably going to take a quick bathroom break. I suggest you do so as well. So I'm going to stick up a little intermission thing here, and I will be back down. Let me see if I can find it. And I'll see you guys in a bit.
Going to come on to say this is the 1 minute warning. We're going to try to keep this as tidy as we can because I have to work tomorrow. And I bet most of you do too. Going to come on to say this is the 1 minute warning. I did that before, yes. Oh, that was a feedback echo. That was wild. That was a way delayed 1 minute warning. All right.
Sorry, that's the delay from our actual live one to the stream.
Okay. No, that was wild. That's now we know how the delay is. Okay.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, that's me. That's me saying that. All right. So we've got a few more seconds here.
Are you watching the stream, Ken, while we're doing this?
I am not. I believe Miss O'Brien is.
I was looking at it while I was like checking on the cats.
All right. It is 8:58 p.m. Eastern Time. Respondent side LNC. Mr. McGee, you were the lead, as I recall. Are
That
you
is
ready
correct.
to begin at this time?
I am.
Awesome. Let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and kill just a little bit of time to make it an even 59 by my clock. So that way you get to 29 and some change since we let the other side go. If you want to go that long, you have it. If you don't, I don't think anybody here is going to cry. So use as much time up to 9:29 p.m. To make your case. And you may begin when you like.
All right. Members of the Judicial Committee, thank you. I won't spend too much time restating what has already been submitted to the written record before you. You've read the briefs. You've read the amicus filings on both sides. What has not been addressed, because it was very recently submitted, was the amicus submitted by Ms. McCardle. So I would like to address that head on first, as well as the testimony by her just a few moments ago. So first, I would like to start by saying that former Chair McCardle's account of the LP New Mexico issue is not disputed. She describes a month of written correspondence, a detailed letter specifying curable violations, and an opportunity for that
I
affiliate to
dispute
come
it.
back into compliance before any
Sorry.
vote occurred. The LNC accepts that account as accurate,
I
but her
don't.
account answers a different question than the one before you tonight. Article 5.6 of the national bylaws has no notice and cure requirement, and the record shows that New Hampshire did receive warning prior to the disaffiliation vote. 8 months before the vote under review, this affiliate received a formal censure. That is not the same as what Chair McCardle sent to New Mexico, and the LNC does not pretend otherwise. But it is not silence either, and I would ask the Judicial Committee to weigh what actually happened here against what didn't. First, 12 months before the disaffiliation vote, as described by Mr. Weir, LP New Hampshire entered a voluntary agreement in which they themselves proposed rules against, I guess, quote, aggressive language slurs or insults towards party members. As a result of that agreement, LP New Hampshire avoided a censure motion that had been noticed by Mr. Bill Redpath for the in-person LNC meeting that occurred in Grand Rapids in May of 2025. As also heard by the
I got
testimony by
dinner,
Mr.
as you can
Weir,
tell in the
at
meantime.
some point thereafter, they went back to their old ways. So that conduct did continue, and it continued well into September of 2025, where after having exercised previous restraint just a few months prior, the LNC moved to censure LP New Hampshire for the continued conduct at issue. After the censure, the same conduct continued, with some instances occurring mere days before the disaffiliation vote. As an aside, it is worth noting for consistency that regardless of the steps taken by former Chair McCardle in the case of LP New Mexico prior to the September 2022 vote to disaffiliate them, the plain language of the actual motion to disaffiliate LP New Mexico would not meet the specificity standards that the petitioner and supporting amici now demand of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Hampshire. Second, a great deal of ink has been spilled on the substance of what was actually said publicly on LP New Hampshire's own official account over an extended period of time. I will not read it into the record. The written submissions already do.
Did he cut out? Lately,
That at
McGee's been
length.
cutting out.
And I do not think this. What I will say is this: an affiliate is entitled to robust internal debate, to genuine disagreement with national leadership, even to sharp.
We're not able to hear all his words. I don't know what can be done about that.
Mr. McGee, you're breaking up slightly, and we want to hear what you're saying. Is there a position or a place better in your home or wherever you are where you'll get better reception?
I'm sorry, now I'm not hearing.
Okay, here's what I'm going to ask. Committee members, can you turn your cameras off? I know that when we have problems with Zoom, sometimes it's a bandwidth problem. And I'm going to turn my camera off, and hopefully that'll help with Mr. McGee's bandwidth. Go ahead, Mr. McGee.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
We were talking about the
Turn your
censure for
camera off,
conduct,
Jeremy.
and the behavior continued, and then it started getting choppy.
Okay, then I'll back up. So again, as an aside, it's worth noting for consistency that regardless of the steps taken by Chair McCardle in the case of LP New Mexico prior to vote to disaffiliate them, the plain language of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Mexico would not meet the specificity standards that the petition now demand of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Hampshire. Second, a great deal of ink has already been.
Sorry, this is still choppy. I really want to be able to hear his words.
Mr. McGee, I apologize. There is an ability to dial in as well, and I would think, you know, if you wanted to do that instead, I think the committee would like to give you your full time and also be able to hear. My ADD brain can put your partial sentences together because I hear everything partially anyway. but not everybody thinks like that. Would you prefer to dial in? Is that better? Do you know?
I can do that if that's what the
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
just
his
lost what the
connection is
committee
awful.
wants. It turned into unts, and that was what we heard. Like we lost a chunk of the sentence, which I put together. But again, you should be able to dial in. There should be a link there on the audio to dial in. I'm going to pause your time here. It happened at 9:04 is when we started losing you. Wouldn't mind dialing in. I see you coming into the waiting room.
Ken, also, are Mr. McGee's remarks in writing that he could post into the chat or something?
I assume that both parties will be giving us more documentation at the end of this, evidence, and I hope that that will be there. But this is the hearing, so I'd love to actually hear, because we're not going to read that tonight, right? That's going to be for us to consider.
Right.
But for the Q&A portion, I think it's good to hear this. Mr. McGee, are you with us? Or are you able to speak now? Can we hear you?
Hello?
We can hear you. Yes. Are you good?
Okay.
All right.
Much
I'm going
better.
to resume your time here. We'll just extend your time for about a minute, which is fine. So go ahead. Please continue.
All right. So, okay. Where was I? As an aside, it's worth noting for consistency that regardless of the steps taken by Chair McCardle in the case of the Libertarian Party of New
Disgraced
Mexico
former
prior to their
chair McCardle.
disaffiliation vote, the
Use her
plain language
proper
of the
title.
motion to disaffiliate LP New Mexico would not meet the specificity standards that the petitioner and supporting amici now demand of the motion to disaffiliate LP New Hampshire. Second, a great deal of ink has already been spilled on the substance of what was actually said by LP New Hampshire on their official account over an extended period of time, so I will not read it into the record. The written submission's already before you do that at length, and I don't think the committee needs it repeated out loud to understand its weight. What I will say is this: an affiliate is entitled to robust internal debate, the genuine disagreement with national leadership, and even to sharp criticism of this very body and its decisions. None of that is at issue here. What is at issue is an extended pattern of public statements issued through an official party channel that go well beyond disagreement and beyond criticism, and that the Judicial Committee's own members have had the opportunity to review directly in the record before them. I will close with what remains true regardless of anything heard tonight about how New Mexico was handled. In November of 2024, this affiliate's executive committee endorsed a candidate of another party for president in direct violation of our bylaws. That is conceded. The question before you is not whether New Mexico received more process. It is whether LP New Hampshire received a fair process under what our actual bylaws say, and whether the conduct that followed the National Committee's own formal warning of the affiliate justified the vote you are being asked to review. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
I would have said more if I were McGee. I think McGee's done a really good job in his amicus.
And you're muted.
But in general,
see, I'm trying
the
to be
LNC
good
has a
host.
strong case.
talking
They
to
are
the-
correct.
All right, so Mr. McGee's
But if this
comments
were
did
a
not
weak
take a half
case,
hour. It is the
they would
prerogative of this
lose.
committee. We had talked about having a break at this moment. Do you guys want to take a break right now, or you want to keep going?
May
The
I ask a question
filings
first?
in this
Of
case
course I
have been
I see
excellent.
there's several other
I wish it was
LNC members
handled
here. Were they
differently
meant to be called
at the May
as
25th meeting.
witnesses by Mr. McGee, or or are
And
they just available for questioning later?
I don't like
I'm
the
not sure.
way
Available for questioning.
this hearing was handled.
All right. So, committee members, what would you like to do? Would you like to take the break here, or we keep on trucking?
No, we just
I
had a
would say we
break.
begin our questioning of the appellate, of the petitioner.
Is there objection to continuing forward and having the appellant Q&A session begin?
No.
Seeing no objection, we will begin. Committee members, I will ask you to raise your hand. I will call on you. Mr. Dixon has got his real hand up. So we'll start with Mr. Dixon.
Well, thank you. Mr. Hewitt, should I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to note that we're starting this at 9:09 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry.
All right. Can I go?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Hewitt, should I refer to you as Mr. Hewitt or counsel, or how should I refer to you?
Mr. Hewitt's fine. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. Mr. Hewitt, So I'm going to ask a question, and I have other questions, but I'm going to pass the baton after this one, okay? In your opening, you referred to some of the amici that questioned the validity of our committee. And if I understood you, you were saying you were joining their opinion that there wasn't a quorum, we're not properly constituted. And if we agreed with you, would you agree that we would end this meeting, not give a ruling, we have no standing, and the LNC action stands?
No, I wouldn't agree with all of that statement. I don't think the LNC action would stand. I think that the better argument is that it would default to a reversal of the LNC action.
Well, it doesn't.
That's not what the bylaws say.
How do you come to the conclusion that the default would overturn the LNC? There would be no recourse other than this committee. So how does it default to overturning the LNC motion?
Because there is a default affirmance clause in the bylaws, and the default affirmance clause is very specific. It says that there's a 30-day period in which if this committee does not act after this hearing, then by default, the JC's
and the
excuse me,
hearing
LNC's
has
decision
to be set
disaffiliate
within a
us
certain
is upheld.
period of time.
And because
He is
there would
very,
need to be some
very
kind of default
selective.
decision if this committee could not adjudicate this issue, the only way there could be a default affirmance would be under that clause. And one reason I think we know this is true is this committee has taken a very firm stance on multiple different issues that where there is permissive language in the bylaws or rules, that permissive language is exclusive of everything else. So if there's permissive language saying sustaining members may file amicus briefs, that means no one else, no other organization, no affiliate can file an amicus brief. Permissive.
He's arguing
exclusive.
against himself
If it
and doesn't
says,
realize it.
LPNH may file a petition, that means LPNH may not file any other kind of pre-trial pleadings or briefings at all, but people can file many amicus briefs. That specific permissive grant is preclusive of everything else. So in the same way, if there's a permissive default affirmance saying that the LNC gets their default affirmance conditional upon this hearing and there being a hearing of a JC, the JC does not act in 30 days. That's the only way in which a default can be.
All right. Well, I'm going to pass the baton, but I see failure of the Judicial Committee to rule within 30 days shall constitute an affirmation of the National Committee's revocation of affiliate
Pat
party
Dixon is
status.
absolutely correct.
There's an exception if it's before a national convention. So my interpretation is different than yours, but
that exception. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
If you want to respond, I want to pass the baton, but.
Yeah, the exception is to the default affirmance clause, and the default affirmance clause says the LNC's decision
the LNC
is
the
upheld
governing body
and does not act within 30 days. That is the only situation in which a default affirmance.
He is arguing against himself. The LNC is the governing body.
Judicial committee, then there's no judicial
the exception.
Committee. Again, this isn't the argument that we would like to primarily emphasize, but since you asked about it, we agree on the merits with amicus and Wiki's position.
I want to pass the baton.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could quickly add, in case it is helpful to the committee, Mr. Kaufman is also available to answer factual questions, but I'm
nobody cares about talking to KKK Kaufman.
What I'd like to do is have the committee direct questions to you, the general questions anyway, to you. And if you want to defer them to other witnesses, that is your right to do so. If that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, I've just got a couple simple questions, Mr. Hewitt. The bylaws are clear that an affiliate party shall not endorse the party candidate of another party, correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Did the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorse Donald Trump for president of the United States in 2024?
Well, I think
yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
They did not endorse that. You conceded in your original appeal.
Oh my God.
Donald Trump.
There was
president.
an endorsement vote by the board. This isn't an argument I led with because I understand that it may
I
not be
know
the most persuasive
where he's going.
argument, but
It was
we
a
don't
legitimate
actually
vote,
think that
but
the
it would
executive board
already be
had
a
the
legitimate
authority to
because
endorse a
of the
candidate.
national
The
bylaws.
bylaws which were in effect at the time.
Oh
which
my
I've
God,
asked
he
that
does
be
not
introduced into the record, say
understand.
that candidates are endorsed at the convention, and those must be Libertarian Party members. So
okay,
this
then I've
attempt-
got a follow-up on question then. How did Chase Oliver get on the ballot in New Hampshire? Did the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire effectuate his ability to be on the ballot?
No.
Yes or no?
I don't know the answer to that
The
question.
They
answer to
did
that
not.
question is no, I believe.
Ian,
I
you
can
can
defer to Mr. Kaufman.
You can defer to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
The Libertarian Party of New Hampshire.
No, they did not.
Both allocated substantial money to ballot, what's it called, signature collection for a co-ballot that included Chase Oliver and our governor candidate. We allocated, I believe, something in the $6,000 to $10,000 range for that, and many LPNH party members participated in the activity of getting Chase Oliver in the ballot. It is absolutely and unequivocally true that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire helped Chase Oliver be on the ballot in 2024.
I've no further questions at this time.
Mr. Chair, I assume I'm deferring to you as to who shall go next.
Ken, you're muted.
Ken, you're muted.
Yeah, of course I am. Ms. Jingle is next.
Yes, thank you. I was also muted. So I couldn't tell you were muted. I have a couple of quick questions, and then if I have time to come back, I will. The Trump endorsement was supposedly made on November 4th. Several times in your brief, Mr. Hewitt, it stated something along the lines of Jeremy Kauffman was not in attendance at that meeting. I understand he also did not have a vote, but that he was not in attendance. You almost touched on this in your questioning of Mr. Kauffman earlier, but then you sidestepped it. I would like to know from Mr. Kauffman if you would be so kind as to allow him to answer whether that is in fact the case, that he was not in that meeting.
Yes, I'm happy to defer to Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you.
So I apologize if Ian and I got information crossed here. I was on that meeting. I was at that meeting. I was not eligible to vote. I was appointed to the executive committee on that meeting because we had a resignation leading into that meeting. Per LPNH bylaws, members who are appointed to replace a
The
resigning member are
LPNH
appointed as
refused to
interim
submit
members, and
the
for the
Chase
first,
Oliver nomination
I should know the
paperwork.
number off the top of my head,
Jeremy
something like 30 to
Kauffman
45
is
days,
fucking
they are not
lying.
eligible to vote.
Again,
And
I
so
think
was
the
not- I did
LNC
not vote
wins this
on any
case,
matters in that
but
meeting,
they
as
are
I was
not
eligible
presenting
to vote.
their
And as that was my
best
first
case
XCOM meeting,
at
I
this
also
hearing.
did not participate in that meeting. As a secretary, I mostly took notes.
Mr. Kauffman, thank you so much for clarifying that. There have been several amicus briefs that indicate that you were there, and that was concerning to me. I appreciate your answer. The other quick question
I
that I had.
apologize for the misunderstanding.
No, thank you. The other question I had is for Mr. Hewitt. It's a grammatical question. There's a paragraph 13. I don't know if there's also a subcategory, but what it says is that
I'm sorry, paragraph 13 of what document?
your appeal.
Yes.
It's the paragraph that mentions that Mr. Kauffman was elected chair of the LPNH in March of 2026. Okay, maybe you can find that.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Then in paragraph 14, it says others were elected to leadership positions at that time. And there's a specific quote, none of these officers ever supported endorsing Trump. Mr. Hewitt, is it your understanding that you wrote it in such a way that this construction intentionally meant to exclude Kauffman from the officer group that never supported
I did not
endorsing
support
Trump?
No.
Oh, you
no,
can't help interrupting,
certainly
Kenny.
not. And
I'm a
Jeremy,
grammar nerd.
if I could clarify, since I drafted that, no, my intention was certainly not to exclude Mr. Kauffman. My position and what I was trying to kind of develop with Mr. Kauffman a moment ago is that Mr. Kauffman did personally
The
indicate it may make
LNC,
sense for
again,
libertarians to
has so
support
far
Trump,
the
but he
strongest
never
case.
advocated for
They are not
LPNH
doing well
to
with this
endorse
hearing.
Trump, and he was critical of the idea. I can personally tell my friends they should vote for Trump, and I can be against my running club endorsing Trump. And that was the distinction I was trying to draw.
And
Thank you.
in
I missed
my
a grammar
brief,
in the
I
middle. Okay,
showed
appreciate it.
how in the thread in which
That's all I have for now.
LPNH endorsed Trump, Jeremy supported
I
it.
have Mr. Dixon again, but Mr. Dixon, you've spoken once. If you don't mind, I would like to hear from Ms. O'Brien first, and then we'll come back to you.
All right, thank you. Actually, I also wanted to take a second. Obviously, most of the people here know me, but for anyone watching and curious about this, I wanted to explicitly state that that I was vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire from 2006 to 2008, and my mother is one of the founding members of LPNH. And I just want that to be like known and clear. I don't think it has any bearing on this, but I didn't want people to suddenly say that they didn't know that and that that had some relevance here. So I just wanted to, for the record. So first off, I guess my first question is for Mr. Hewitt. Your petition says that the LPNH formally repudiated the endorsement. What was that
How can you
process? Like,
repudiate something
when,
that didn't
when did that
exist?
happen? And yeah.
That happened subsequent to, and it's dated, so you can see this in the exhibit, but that vote happened subsequent to the disaffiliation motion. The reason for that
You guys get awful quiet in chat, and I can see how many of you are on this stream.
Trump endorsement prior to the disaffiliation motion. It's just that, and I attempted to kind of develop this in my questioning, there really wasn't anyone bringing up the Trump endorsement as a going concern. It was not seen within LPNH as
you
this
can
is
read the
something
bylaws,
people are holding
counselor.
against us or associate with us, and this is something that we need to address. You heard from
you're a
Mr.
Republican.
Weir, and you can
it's
see in
not
his amicus
us.
brief that he was always outspokenly
You're the
critical
lawyer, I
of the
get
Trump
that,
endorsement.
and you're a good
Mr.
lawyer.
Hubbard, who has
but you're not
only
a
was he against
libertarian.
LPNH endorsing Trump, he has all kinds of objections to Trump as a candidate.
He
was
didn't
vice
back
chair and then
then.
elected to chair. His views on Trump were well known.
His views on Trump were expressed on the endorsement thread.
Bloodworth board attempt to endorse Trump, but the recognition that this was going to be sort of the leading cause for disaffiliation, that this is something some people were still going to hold against the LPNH, made everyone want to go on record. Whatever happens with this procedure, we want to be clear that we disavow this action that we never supported in the first place.
Understood. This, I'm going to ask you this question. You may want to defer it to Jeremy, but so was there any other method to denounce, disclaim, reverse, repudiate the LPNH endorsement of Donald Trump prior to the actions of the LNC? Either when Ben Weir became chair, when Jeremy became chair. Like, I understand you're saying that they didn't think it was being held against it, but there was no action whatsoever to try to give people a different impression, so to speak.
I'm happy to defer to Mr. Kaufman.
So I would be happy to start citing at least 20 tweets, probably as many as 50, where LPNH attacked Trump, denounced Trump, said that his policies and actions are bad.
That isn't the same
thing. I know that
thing.
there have been submissions of my own personal posts that have been made to the JC, and I guess, if this whole thing is arguing over tweets, we can start pulling them up and looking at them or whatever. But LPNH was absolutely unequivocal in attacking Trump a number of times throughout 2025 and 2026. And myself personally has plenty negative things to say about Trump. And so if this entire hearing is about, are you willing to say bad things about Trump? You're welcome to ask questions of me directly and how I feel about him and all of these things.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate that distinction. I'm just noting that LPNH made no official attempt to renounce its previous endorsement prior.
Okay, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not the kind of guy who is into these resolutions and formal statements. No one reads them. People read tweets. Okay, the whereas.
They read your endorsement.
It's not 1980. No one cares about this crap is my, sorry, I shouldn't speak that way, I guess, on an official hearing, but I just do not think that these are the types of statements that are compelling to the type of audience that we're trying to attract, because we had heard absolutely nothing from the LNC or the Libertarian Party. Again, we only got the current ex-con was only elected in March. Okay, I was the chair for a couple of months before this attack came out against us. If I knew that there was lingering concerns about something that had happened 2 years ago, I would have addressed it more promptly. In 2025, we had new elections. Every single LNC, every single LPNH executive committee member who endorsed Trump was not elected again, and there were reasons that that happened. The only executive committee member who was elected again from the 2024 LNC, which endorsed Trump, was the single executive committee member who did not endorse Trump. Okay, so our body had taken care of this. We hadn't heard anything from the LNC, and so this idea that we needed to issue some formal resolution simply was not on our radar. And there's this misperception outside of New Hampshire that New Hampshire is this monolith, this thing that is like this zombie hive mind, and that could not be more incorrect. We are very divided internally with a variety of opinions about Trump and Israel and all these other things that people want to put us in a box over. And so we felt that we had fixed this in our 2025 executive committee elections when we replaced every single board member who did it.
Jeremy, if I could also add, actually, Ms. O'Brien, the best answer to your question really is the election of Nick Hubbard as chair. And I'd hope to have a few more minutes to kind of develop this with him. I mean, this is the kind of thing in an investigative committee you can go into. But Mr. Hubbard is really well known to not be a fan of Trump at all. He's certainly, Mr. Hubbard identifies as on the right, but he views people on the right who support Trump, that are right libertarians supporting Trump, as sellouts, basically. He is quite hostile to Trump on a number of issues. His views were well known, and the members of LPNH elected him as chair. We only briefly touched on that in my questioning. But the main other thing I would point to is Mr. McGee has mentioned LPNH's tweets a number of times. In fact, he kind of led with that in his remarks, and the Trump endorsement was almost an afterthought. And certainly on its Twitter account, I've personally seen a number of tweets prior to this disaffiliation critical of Trump, especially on foreign policy, on the LPNH Twitter account, again, before this disaffiliation happened.
Certainly understood. Jeremy, I had a follow-up on one of the things. We've kind of danced around this question. I understand that you say that libertarians have different opinions. Did you yourself endorse Donald Trump in 2024?
I did personally endorse Donald Trump in 2024. Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
But I was also very clear that that was a personal statement of mine. There are Libertarian Party officials who are live streaming this hearing, giving their own commentary, and they say, this is my own personal commentary. And the party has a ton of very clear precedent about
maybe
people being able
speaking
to
as
speak
someone
as
else
individuals versus people speaking as party officials. And I do not believe at any time as a party official I said, that we should endorse Trump.
Absolutely. I'm actually simply noting that the LPNH made a decision, you said, to
I've been trying to call
Nick Hubbard,
Richard.
which could be perceived as
I'm concerned about him. He looks
kind of repudiating
like he
the
fell
previous thing, but
asleep
then they've also added you
on
who
screen.
had endorsed. So I
want to make sure he's okay.
It's just as viable.
I've tried to call him about 3
doesn't
times now.
necessarily mean something. I just wanted that clarity. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to pass this off to somebody else because I don't know if I have other questions, and I think Pat has his hand up. Mary, Ken, I'm leaving this to you.
Yeah, I see Dr. Moulton has his hand up, and I don't believe he has spoken yet. I do have, once Dr. Moulton's done, assuming no one else new jumps in, Mr. Dixon, then Ms. Jingo. So Dr. Moulton.
Okay, so you've just talked about the distinction between a personal endorsement and endorsing on behalf of the party, or speaking on behalf of the party. What I'm confused about is you seem to be making much of the fact that there has been turnover in the board, but if someone is speaking on behalf of the party, and isn't that the party's position, and doesn't the party need to be held accountable? So under your theory of agency and fiduciary duty, what prevents
they have no theory of fiduciary duty
from repeatedly violating the bylaws, then immediately resigning and filling the vacancies with others in a musical chairs way to avoid accountability for what happened?
I think that the LNC had, I think that, look, if the LNC had acted between November, Ian's letting me talk. Now I'm going to get off the rails. But I think that if the LNC had acted, we didn't talk about this. I think the LNC had acted between November 2024 and LPNH replacing its XCOM in February or March of 2025. You know, I would have been like, I can understand that. Like, I get completely the Libertarian Party being frustrated or finding that kind of act unconscionable, finding it a violation of the bylaws. I think that's completely legitimate. Let's also note that in 2024, LPNH was not the only affiliate to endorse a non-Libertarian Party candidate, nor are we the only affiliate in history to endorse a non-Libertarian Party candidate. So this is a very unique application of the rules.
Arizona endorsed a
where you're
different
essentially
candidate,
suggesting there's no
and they were
timeline.
disaffiliated.
It doesn't matter what an affiliate has done to attempt to cure it. And so again, I made this comment earlier. What you're inviting is a consistent and ongoing factional battle in which any dominant faction in the Libertarian Party can purge affiliates for any action that they've taken at any point in their history. And if that's the Libertarian Party that you want, I do think it's the Libertarian Party that you will get.
I would like to add to your question, Mr. Moulton. The best answer, I think, is a letter like the letter that the McCardle LNC sent to the New Mexico affiliate saying, you are out of line, you must correct this, or you will pursue further action. And part of what I hope to develop in the limited questioning of witnesses that we did is, had that happened in this case, had the LNC sent a letter like that, there were more than enough people within the LPNH that either were opposed on principle to the Trump endorsement, or at least thought it was procedurally stupid, that those people would have carried the day, and this Bloodworth board sort of stunt of purporting to endorse Trump, that just wouldn't have reoccurred. The letter would have resolved it.
Dr. Moulton, do you have any? It looks like you're back on mute, so I'm going to assume you've completed your questioning.
Yeah, I'll come back for another round later.
Okay. Mr. Dixon.
Yes, Mr. Hewitt, I have a hypothetical.
All right.
Imagine in 2 years, the Libertarian Party has a presidential candidate, and shortly before Election Day, within days, an affiliate endorses an opposing candidate. They send out press releases and social media, hey, vote for the other person. The opposing campaign says, hey, look, the Libertarians want you to vote for us. The LNC gets wind of this. They say, we got to get control of this situation. So they schedule an LNC meeting to deal with it. They don't know what action they're going to take yet, but they schedule a meeting, and it may be the day before Election Day by the time they actually have the meeting. So they go into that meeting without a motion formed yet because they need to talk about it. And during that meeting, they say, we have to disaffiliate, because if we don't,
Dixon
that
is wrong
still
here.
speaks for us.
He's
We
talking
need to
about a
get control of the
special meeting,
situation.
and you have to
They
have notice.
disaffiliate. They follow 5-6.
I think
And
Dixon is
then
wrong
they
here.
send, the national party sends out press releases and so forth, try to get control of the message to the extent the media covers this.
They would have
covers
to
this
have
at all.
notice that
Are
disaffiliation
you arguing
was at least
in that
being
case that
considered.
cannot stand because there was
I
not
don't know
notice?
if that's what Dixon is actually saying. I think
I'm
he's being a
arguing
bit
that
sloppy.
that would be an excellent case for disaffiliation of the affiliate for cause, and that the affiliate would be owed whatever process the LNC secretary would be owed if the LNC secretary has said, I'm LNC secretary and I endorse Trump, and the board wanted to proceed against the secretary to remove the secretary as an officer. There would still be
It's not the same
a
thing.
for cause requirement. Perhaps there's a way to fit a for cause proceeding into a 48-hour timetable, but
You obviously
the for-cause
don't know
requirement
Roberts where it
in
says
Robert's
30
rules would
days.
apply, and that would be a basically procedural
He doesn't
requirement of
know.
some sort
He
of
doesn't know
notice,
that
investigation,
Roberts
and
says
finding.
30
And we know that
days
because if you control
is a
F for
reasonable
cause in
time period.
Roberts,
He
every single
doesn't
time it
know
comes up,
that.
5630, 2616, 63-1, it's always about this basic procedural fairness of notice, opportunity
He
to
doesn't
respond,
know
investigation,
Roberts.
findings. Maybe they could have done it quickly, but they need to do it.
Or so it sounds like you're saying that the for cause means there must be notice. Is that right?
For cause requires notice, and if you don't want to look at Robert's rules, by the way, that's in the Libertarian Party bylaws.
Oh, okay, so when you say for notice, what would be perceived as valid notice if they tried to make a phone call or send a text message? There's no confirmation that anyone receives it. Is that notice?
Well, if someone doesn't need to receive notice for it to be notice, I mean, that's a pretty, let's assume there's a good
Are you
faith attempt
kidding
to, in
me?
fact, notify them. At
That's
that point,
not how it
I
works.
think
I'm
it's for
sorry.
this committee
Pat
to
Dixon
decide.
is
So
wrong
if there's
here,
evidence that, hey, we tried,
and
we
Hewitt
tried to
is wrong.
contact you, that's
They
good
are
enough?
both off.
About this
They are
specific
both
thing,
out of their
not
trees here.
some totally
Both
unrelated thing
Dixon
several months
and
ago.
Hewitt are
Well,
completely
in the hypothetical I
and
gave,
utterly wrong.
it would stand if somebody's in the meeting and they say, we got to pass a disaffiliation motion, send an email right now. We sent it, okay,
No.
let's vote.
Dixon is
We don't need to worry that
wrong.
they got it yet. Is
Oh
that
my
right?
God,
That wouldn't be
no.
notice. If you sent an email and then went into the meeting and voted, I can't imagine how that would be good faith attempt to notify.
Hewitt is more
that
right
would
than
not be
Dixon
good
here.
faith. That's
No,
not good enough.
if you
This
were
is a
engineering
terrible
the timeline
line
so that
of
they had no opportunity to
questioning.
respond. No, that wouldn't be notice.
So really, in that case, the LNC couldn't do anything, right?
They would be precisely as handicapped as they would be if an LNC officer endorsed Trump and needed
Officers
to be
are
removed for
not
cause. What
the
same
same.
limitations would apply. Now, perhaps you could temporarily disavow the affiliate or temporarily suspend the officer. You can suspend maybe their ability to engage in wrongdoing while you're doing
That's
a for-cause
not-
investigation. But if the bylaws require for cause, the bylaws incorporate Roberts. Roberts defines for cause as you've got to at least check these
The
basic
bylaws
boxes
do not
then absent an amendment
oh
of the
my
bylaws,
God.
that's the procedure that's out. The bylaws is a contract.
Okay, before I pass the baton, I just want to understand here that if the LNC follows 5.6, that is the procedure for disaffiliation, correct? There's not a
yes, bylaws article 5.6.
You go to 5.6.
Yep.
Now, you seem to be suggesting there's a hole in 5.6 because 5.6 does not say you're not excluded from having to give notice. So there's a hole in 5.6 and you need to go to Roberts. Is that right?
And Roberts
no,
only
notice
deals
is right
with
there in 5.6.
No, it isn't.
No, okay. I'm looking at 5.6. You're saying in 5.6 it says notice has to be given?
A motion to revoke the status of an affiliate party for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation.
The motion.
Oh, right. You're using cause and you're saying that is notice, but it doesn't explicitly say notice. And you're using cause
now
as
Dixon's getting back on
defined
track.
under Roberts, right?
Well,
but that's
it depends,
not.
by the way, on what part of the motion we're talking about here. If we're talking about these social media posts, then even if you think this JC hearing is sufficient notice, nothing in the motion specified the cause for revocation when the motion says bad social
nature of the cause.
There's no possible way that the burden of proof can lie on the appellant there. But the basic construct for cause is a Roberts rules construct. The bylaws incorporate Roberts rules.
Richard's awake
Roberts
now.
rules
Good.
very extensively throughout 61 through 63. It discusses for cause as these basic elements of procedural fairness. And it even says if you lack definite procedures as to what the disciplinary procedure
for an
is,
officer,
default to these basic elements.
For an officer.
So cause and nature of cause, it's not sufficient to say they violated 5.4 of the bylaws. If they say you violated 5.4 of the bylaws, that's the cause and the nature of the cause. You're saying no, it isn't.
So the line says that a motion to revoke the status of an affiliate party for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation. So there's two clauses in that sentence. The second clause is the motion to disaffiliate for cause must specify the nature of the cause for revocation. That second clause is dispositive on this social media thing. Then there's the first clause of the sentence, which is the motion is to disaffiliate for cause. And then earlier in 5.6, it says that the LNC has the power to disaffiliate an affiliate for cause. What for cause means, and this committee said this in Philly's case. You know, I know this committee takes the position precedent isn't binding, but it's been done
with
before.
an officer.
It said that where you use this term for cause, you have imported the Roberts Rules concept of for
no, because it's
Roberts
in
Rules
the
has an
policy manual.
For cause that is
because
some kind of notice,
it's
some kind of investigation.
The policy
so
manual.
My answer differs depending on which
That's what
clause
Philly
of that sentence
said.
I'm gonna pause this right here. We're technically at time. Mr. Neal has not had an opportunity to speak. I don't know if he wants to or not. Ms. Jingle wanted to speak again. It looks like Pat would like to speak again as well.
I'll move for a 10-minute extension if that's what you need.
Well,
I'd like to go 15.
So
okay, I accept that amendment.
Oh, and that's right. Dr. Moulton also wanted to speak again. I see his hand up as well. So here's what I'd like to do if we can. Mr. Neal, do you have any questions that you would like to ask? You have not had a first bite at the apple. Are there any questions that you would like to ask at this time?
Not at this time, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's no problem. I'm just trying to make sure everybody at least has one bite at the apple.
How about you? I thought you were ignoring me.
No.
How about you, Ken?
I'm pretty satisfied with your all's questions right now. So I'm okay. Mr. Dixon was in the middle of I don't know how much further he had to go to finish his line.
I think 2 minutes.
Okay. And then Ms. Jingle wanted to speak, and Dr. Moulton wants to speak.
So let me try this. Close this up, Mr. Hewitt.
Real quick, hold on. Let me do this. If there's no
I'm sorry, we didn't extend.
So if there's no objection, we're going to hear Mr. Dixon wrap up his within 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to hear Ms. Jingle for no more than 10.
No, that's
hopefully it's less than that.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Moulton for no more than 10. Hopefully it's less than that. And then we're going to call this section done. And I'm going to go down to the bar and get a drink. I'm joking, but the point is that we will call this section done at that time. Is there an objection to that?
I'll probably may extend, but anyway.
All right. Well, let's start here. Is there objection to this procedure right now? All right, Mr. Dixon, go ahead and finish up if you can within 2 to 3 minutes.
All right. So where I want to close this out, Mr. Hewitt, is you're relying heavily on Chapter 20 of Roberts. That's 61 to 63. That's discipline of members and guests. And my interpretation of that entire section has to be discipline of individuals such as officers of an organization. You seem to be saying that an affiliate is a member and that disaffiliation is disciplinary. The dictionary definition of discipline, as I understand it, is to modify behavior. If a child's misbehaving, a smack on the bottom or a timeout will prevent that, but breaking that bond, no longer connecting, is that actually a disciplinary? So I'm asking you to, where would we point to say Chapter 20 actually applies in this case for affiliates and discipline?
Dixon is right.
Well, I don't see how it couldn't be disciplinary because clearly the removal of an officer is disciplinary. That I think that's unambiguously clear in the bylaws. It's unambiguously clear in Robert's Rules, which is incorporated into the bylaws. And removing someone or expelling a member, which is also disciplinary, that requires this basic for-cause process. That's also severing the connection. I think you raise an interesting question as to whether an affiliate is a member. I could see arguments on both sides for whether an affiliate is a member or not. But in any case, 5.6 says affiliates are disaffiliated for cause. And so it just so happens that Robert's Rules has this extensive 61 through 63 section
for officers
on what for cause
and
is.
members.
If you control F for cause, it's always got these basic procedural elements. And there are all these principles in Robert's Rules that are part of the bylaws that tell us how we interpret a provision like this. You interpret it in harmony with other provisions of the bylaws. The principles underlying Robert's Rules section says subgroups have the right to be heard. That's recognizing some sort of group, not just individuals. There's a preference
it's a subgroup of individuals as individuals.
Of the bylaws. So part of what I'm arguing, a central part, is that the concept of for cause in 5.6 should be the same for cause, as we actually really all agree, even the LNC and Mr. Mee agree, for cause in the officer removal context involves at least some minimal elements of process. That's also a legal definition of for cause.
All right, Mr. Dixon, if you don't mind, we'll go to Ms. Jingle next. Ms. Jingle, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to address this to Mr. Hewitt. I'd be thrilled if you want to toss it to Mr. Kaufman. And I understand your legal skepticism, or I sort of understand your legal skepticism about social media as something that we should be judging. But in a number of amicus briefs, there have been numerous mentions of Mr. Kaufman posting inflammatory and anti-quote statement of principle comments on social media, some specifically espousing violence against elected officials and other public figures. My question is this: were any of these posts official approved LPNH posts? And if so, what was the thinking of the LPNH Executive Committee about these posts?
I'm sorry, could I clarify before I defer to Mr. Kaufman? Are you asking about tweets made from Mr. Kaufman's personal account or from the LPNH?
I don't know, because people were referencing these things. There were a number of mentions in the
They were
amicus
from
briefs.
the official account.
The question could be reconstrued to say, did Mr. Kaufman ever post official things espousing violence against either elected officials or other public figures? And if so, if they were official, what was the thinking of the LPNH Executive Committee about those posts? Were they approved? Did they discuss it, etc.?
Well, I will defer that to Mr. Kaufman, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out there are, as you pointed out, there are many different tweets in many different amici, and it makes it hard to know what tweet specifically we're talking about. And this is precisely why it's so important that even throw out Robert's Rules 5-6 just on its face. The bylaws say with specificity, spell out
of the nature of the cause.
If there was some violation of some agreement even, why not at least mention one tweet in the LNC meeting? Why not have one tweet in the letter, and we could then discuss specifically that tweet? I'll defer to Mr. Kaufman, but there's no possible way we could have had any sort of notice and put on any sort of defense about a specific tweet unless we knew what that tweet was. But I'm happy to turn that question over to Mr. Kaufman.
So let me just follow up for a minute here. I believe Mr. Kaufman knows the tweets I'm talking about, and I'd be happy to hear his response.
Mr. Kaufman, I defer to you.
Well, I would start by echoing Ian's answer, because that's exactly what I was going to say. This is why you need an official procedure. It is, again, I've been investigated by the federal government. I spent 5 years of my life fighting a civil case against the federal government because I kept unpopular content on the internet for tens of millions of people during COVID. Pretty libertarian act, I would say. The procedure there involved an actual investigation. It involved actual fact-finding. It involved actual discovery. So the fact that it's defend an ambiguous cloud of tweets, what is going on? You guys are supposed to be better than the federal government.
You're not answering the question,
if we're trying to rally people to our side,
you are
then we ought to
not
be showing
answering
that we
the
govern
question, Jeremy.
better than the federal government governs us. This is not that. If you would like to read out any specific tweets that you found objectionable, or
anyone who murders Kamala Harris will be considered a national hero. That is a tweet that they made.
We can have a full cancel session, and you can read every tweet off one by one, and I will tell you why I think they're libertarian or why I said them. I'm not interested in defending an ambiguous cloud of tweets. I would instead pose to you, why do you think the Second Amendment is useful? Why is that necessary to defend our liberties if there is under no scenario a gun can be fired?
Nobody is saying that. What people are saying is you can't be a member of the party.
The one that's answering questions here, so I'm not going to answer that.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
But I appreciate your point. I appreciate your point. I guess let me boil down my question to this. Did the LPNH Executive Committee approve any posts that you made that called for, say, if somebody kills Kamala Harris, that will be fine, etc.? There were several, and it could be that those were your personal tweets. I'm totally happy to hear that as the answer, but I just want to know if the LPNH had anything to do with them.
Sure, I'll offer you a couple of follow-up statements and information that might be helpful here. So one, in general, if LPNH has deleted a tweet, that's an implication that we don't stand by it. Now, it's not necessarily true that every tweet we have not deleted, we stand by today, because it's difficult to go back and go through every tweet. But if there's a tweet that you're concerned about, look it up. If it's been deleted, that is an unambiguous statement by the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire under my leadership that I don't stand by those tweets. And I have already deleted
You were
a number
on
of
the
past posts that I do not
communications.
think are appropriate for the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire to make. Okay, and again, that's not saying that there aren't some we missed. A lot of tweets have been made over the last 5 years. I haven't read them all. Second, as someone
You
who
were on
has led
communications for 3 years.
teams
at
of
least.
individualistic,
I think
bright,
longer than that. I
creative
think 5 years.
men and women, you will not get good work out of them if everything that they want to do requires a committee to approve it. Committees are where creativity goes to die. So under my leadership, the policy has been people are free to take shots. People are free to make mistakes sometimes. And we have made mistakes. I'm not here to defend every tweet we've ever made. I think we've made a number of mistakes. Okay. I think we have posted things that aren't correct. We've clearly posted a lot of things that are correct. There's a reason the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire has over 100,000 followers on X, a state of 1 million people, yet we have
And
something
never
like 70 or
elected
80,000 more
somebody
followers
as a
than the next
libertarian.
largest state. We have large teams of people who want to post and create on this account because of our procedures and the types of people who participate here. You can ask your favorite LLM, however you do research, what's the most successful Libertarian state affiliate on social media? They'll tell you the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. So what we've done has been successful. Have we made mistakes? We absolutely have. I'm not here to defend everything we've done. So I'm sure we've made mistakes, but I do not think the solution to human creativity is to channel it through a committee. I think that's a tremendous mistake.
All right, Ms. Jingle, if you don't mind, Dr. Moulton was up next, and then I see Ms. O'Brien has also raised her
I think Avin suggested that she had a follow-up to that, but
Oh, Ms. O'Brien, do you have a follow-up that's directly related to what Ms. Jingle has asked?
Yes, it was a question inspired by one of Jeremy's answers just now, as I wanted to ask Jeremy, has the tweet endorsing LPNH endorsing Donald Trump been removed from Twitter?
I'm happy to let Jeremy answer that question.
I'm actually checking right now.
I thought that's what you were doing.
I'm going to tell you right now, if it hasn't been, I'm going to delete it live on this call, okay? Because that's not something we stand by.
As of 2 hours ago, it was still up. So
okay.
just clarifying.
I'm going to tell you, it's going to go down right now.
I can tell Ms. Janelle thinks I'm perhaps throwing my client under the bus, so I should add that, I mean, at this point, I don't see how LPNH's position can be any clearer. LPNH did publicly post a statement saying this was completely inappropriate and repudiated it for very specific reasons already.
Actually, follow up on that, Ian. Sorry.
I didn't ask the question, yeah.
Was discipline instituted against Bloodworth?
I saw the petition and it had that statement. I know that when the tweet endorsing Donald Trump came out, that was a tweet about a resolution that the LPNH made. Was there a tweet regarding the repudiation? I know that
I think
maybe
there
that
was.
doesn't make good
Yes,
social media content,
Yes.
but
I think there was.
Yes, we did.
There was.
And you're correct.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any attention because it's not a good play on social media, but we did publicly.
Did you use any fun language? Because you use very colorful language. Did you go like, "Oh, we fucked up," and did you do anything interesting to make people pay attention to it?
But we weren't trying to
curious.
bury it. We didn't. This isn't something we buried. Look, again, I didn't do this, and we can have our disagreements, but I actually feel very strongly in following the rules of the groups that I am a part of. I think that is a sincere and important part of being a libertarian, that you respect the rules on other people's property, that you respect the rule when I go into, when I go into a restaurant, I follow their rules. Okay, everyone is in control of their own private property, and they get to set the rules for those things.
Oh,
okay? And I
so
understand that the
telling
Libertarian
people
Party of
to
New
go
Hampshire,
back to
that is a
Africa
voluntary
in the
relationship with
parking
Libertarian National
lot
Party, and it is
of a
not our ability
private
to do whatever we want.
business.
That is not our relationship.
That
I
was
understand
perfectly
that
fine, was
quite
it, Jeremy?
clearly. And I'm happy, you know, again, I've been chair since March. I have not been in charge of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire for most of these actions. I've been in charge of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire for 6 months. It's not even 6 months. I can't do math. It's 5 months. And for the last 3 months, this whole battle has been going on. At no point did I get any requests. At no point did I get any of this feedback. Okay? What happened was 3 minutes after the new LNC was elected, the LNC came at us in a way that was clearly premeditated, clearly plotted, in a way that wasn't even made public.
Yes, it
It was
was.
not being publicly
Evan
discussed
ran
that
on
this
that.
is what the JC members were running on, or this is what the LNC members were running on. Quite frankly, I think the voting results would have been different if people had made these positions
Evan made
clear.
it
This was something that
public.
was kept secret, that was then chosen to be executed on immediately, without notice, without due process. And we're supposed to be better. That's the whole point. If you want people to follow you, you have to be better. You have to be someone that they look up to and respect. Libertarians sometimes think it's about philosophical arguments. They're not going to care about your philosophical argument if you're a fat loser with Cheeto dust on your shirt. You have to be someone that people want to listen to and want to follow, and they do that by seeing who you are and how you conduct yourself and how you behave. And I know some people might not like how I conduct myself and how I behave, but there are a lot of people who are clearly attracted to it because I don't back down. I don't apologize if I think I'm right. And I bring facts and evidence, and I go very hard. And there's people who like that. There's people who like the way that LPNH conducts themselves. And for people who are supposed to understand concepts of revealed preference, it'd be nice if you could apply them in this manner.
All right. I'm going to move to Dr. Moulton, and then unless there's a motion to extend, I see Mr. Dixon's hand. I assume that's going to be a motion to extend. Let's hear from Dr. Moulton, and then I'll hear your motion, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a bit about cause. So there seems to be two causes that were alleged. One was endorsing a Republican nominated candidate over a Libertarian nominated candidate, and the other was repeatedly posting statements to social media that directly contradict the statement of principles. So what I've heard throughout this hearing is collateral attacks on both of them, talking about notice or an investigatory committee, or that it wasn't a valid endorsement under the LPNH bylaws, or that there's different people on the board, or in the case of the social media statements, that they were not stated with specificity, listing which statements were problematic. So I just want to directly ask, hypothetically, if the LNC had an investigatory committee, followed all the process that you wanted, it was the same people on the board, it was a valid endorsement under LPNH bylaws, do you agree that a Republican endorsing a Republican nominated candidate over a Libertarian nominated candidate would be valid cause under the bylaws? And do you agree that repeatedly posting statements that are directly contradict the statement of principles would be valid cause under the bylaws if they were stated with specificity? And that's for Mr. Hewitt.
Well, the second part of your question is very easy, which is absolutely not. I mean, that statement is just, you're doing bad things. If there's one kind of statement that can't possibly be a specific for cause allegation, I would say it's that kind of statement, repeatedly doing bad things. It needs to be specified even to meet bylaws 5.6. But to the first part of your question, my answer is a little bit more nuanced there. I would say the bylaws require that the action be for cause. For cause is defined in Roberts, among other places, to involve some sort of elementary process, especially, by the way, 63.7. If you're going to look at one place in Roberts, I would say
has nothing to do with
63:7, because
disaffiliation.
there they say that the default period is you need to have some sort of fair disciplinary process with these elements,
Which has nothing to do with disaffiliation.
That's contained within this larger discussion of what for cause is.
Which has nothing to do with disaffiliation.
You can imagine a for cause process and disaffiliation against
he is
an affiliate
dodging the
who had
question.
endorsed
I hope you all noticed that.
But I happen to think that if the LNC had followed that process, and this I think is probably part of why this didn't happen, if there had been an investigatory committee, that investigatory committee would have gone into all the details I just tried to develop in that brief 20 minutes of questioning, but in much more detail, and it would have seen this Bloodworth board vote thing was a silly stunt. This did not have the
Bloodworth
support of
has
the members
not been
of
disciplined.
LPNH that's
Again,
easily
you're talking
remediable, and it
about
wouldn't have happened.
collateral attacks on this by talking about procedure.
But it's not
I'm
collateral
asking,
because it's part of
is
Oh,
what
do
for
not
cause.
would that be a
interrupt,
valid
Hewitt.
Part of what
cause
for cause.
endorsing a Republican over a Libertarian? Under the bylaws, is that a valid cause if it happened? You're disagreeing whether it happened. If it did happen, would that be a valid cause?
You could disaffiliate and affiliate through a for-cause process for endorsing another candidate. I just think if we had had that for-cause
and secondly,
process, it
could
wouldn't
you
have happened.
disaffiliate?
Oh, he's starting to lose
on a
it. Hewitt
for-cause
is starting to
basis
lose it
for
here.
making statements that contradict the statement of principles. If they were stated with specificity, which statements, if you had an investigatory committee, that type of thing, like taking out the procedural collateral attacks, do you concede that that is a valid cause for disaffiliation?
It is not a collateral attack because it's part of the essence of what for cause is. It's throughout 61 through 63.
Which has nothing to do with disaffiliation.
Is there's no specific statement. And that's precisely the
Oh,
problem.
he is
with
so
having a
avoiding the
generic
question
statement that you are
here.
bad and say bad things and trying to have that be
Isn't the purpose of specificity and notice that letting people know what they need to defend against? And weren't you given that notice when LPNH was censured 8 months before that, when people repeatedly complained to LPNH? And these weren't private statements. These were all public statements LPNH put out for everyone to read. So why are you acting like you didn't know what the statements were?
It's a moot point because Article 5.6
Okay,
of the
Moulton
bylaws says just
is
on
doing
its face,
very well.
the motion for disaffiliation needs to contain the notice we're talking about here. It needs to state with specificity the cause of disaffiliation.
No, the
so
nature
even if this September
of the
2025
cause.
censure had been some sort of notice, it wouldn't comply with the bylaws to
The
say nothing of Robert's rules, to
nature
say nothing of what
of
for
the
cause means in the
cause.
Thank you.
All right,
Hewitt,
Mr. Dixon, I
Hewitt
know
messed
you
that
wanted
part
to,
up really
I
bad.
believe make a motion. I guess the real question is does anyone else want to speak other than Mr. Dixon after this? Because if so, we can just let Mr. Dixon go. I'm not hearing anybody else say anything.
I do have one other follow-up question. It's a brief one, so I could
Is
go
it
after
rela-
Mr. Dixon or right now.
Is it related to what you were just talking about?
It's related to what earlier people were talking about.
Okay, then we're gonna hear from Mr. Dixon, then Dr. Moulton, and then without any other motions, we're gonna wrap this section up. So go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much. I may actually have more questions, but I'm going to do this the right way. So, Mr. Hewitt, a lot of your brief referred to the so-called Dixon Committee, and I have to admit, when I first saw that, I said, what the heck is a Dixon Committee? I started doing Google searches trying to figure out what a Dixon Committee is until I found, oh, that was my committee. So that committee, you're
So that's Earl Warren.
I guess I'm famous or something, but so that committee that I was chair of, when you reference it, you're saying that established a precedent, and the motion that enabled that committee said it was for internal issues not covered by the Judicial Committee bylaws and policy manual. When we have 5.6, wouldn't that say that 5.6 is in the bylaws, so the so-called Dixon Committee doesn't apply to that?
It said we were establishing a precedent for the internal affairs of affiliates not covered by the bylaws, JC rules, etc. So
right, but the 5.6 is in the bylaws, and that's what the LNC used.
He's going to be telling the chair of the Dixon Committee what the Dixon Committee meant.
You had to use a so-called Dixon
Hewitt
Committee.
did way better at the beginning of this hearing than towards the end. He could be getting tired. I get it. I'm getting tired.
It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So, one separate argument is there was this motion creating what's been called by us in some amici the Dixon Committee, and that created an expectation if you're intervening in and affiliates internal affairs, you're going to follow some sort of elementary process. Then separately, there's, I pointed particularly to 63:7. I think that's actually the most on point Robert's Rules provision to your question, because it says
it is
not
not,
every
it has
society needs to
nothing
articulate in great
do
detail what your
with
disciplinary process is, but
for
it's at least got to follow
members
some of these
and
basic elements. Notice when you can
officers.
respond, some kind of investigation or trial,
And he's
some
wrong. There's
findings.
actually a separate thing there,
at
but
minimum,
it isn't
this would
relevant
be a much
here.
different case if there, and I wouldn't have been able to say 90% of what I just said if there'd been at least some kind of elementary pursuant to 63:7 notice. You can show up. We're going to cross-examine witnesses. We're going to do some kind of report, even if it hadn't followed exhaustively what we're calling the Dixon Committee model.
Well, imagine, just for the sake of argument, the LNC motion just was the Trump endorsement. That's it. They didn't mention the tweets and other things. So it was just the Trump endorsement. Wouldn't an investigation just say what you've already admitted in your brief? It's proven. What investigation would there be? Why would there need to be an investigation?
Are you investigating Colorado?
Because
I'm asking Mr.
Jeremy,
Hewitt.
Because Article 5.6 says you can only do this for cause. So, I mean, you can say, well, in principle, shouldn't we be able to kick them out if they posted something that we think is in violation of the bylaws? But that's not what 5.6 says. It says you can only do it for cause. For cause entails some sort of rudimentary process in every source. So the LNC doesn't even have the power to do it unless it is for cause, which means following this process. And yeah, I gave a couple of examples of why I think the outcome would have been different. If there'd been some sort of process, they would have seen it doesn't really make sense for fundamental fairness reasons to
Sorry, I missed some of y'all's comments.
Most people
My chat wasn't refreshing.
One thing I
I
mentioned
just got
is
it too,
they
so I'm
would
going to
have
go through
seen
this.
The board members who did this didn't even have the authority to do this. This was just an ultra vires silly virtue signaling stunt by some board members.
So says the Republican.
What I want to clarify is if the LNC said, let's appoint Pat Dixon again and have his 3 people do an investigation, and we said, we're done. We know it took 5 minutes. Here's your report. Would that satisfy you?
If it was similar to the Dixon Committee process, then the LNC would be discharging its obligations. It would be for cause.
All right.
Me too. The LNC is not doing well in this hearing.
I'm seeing that Mr. Neal has his hand up. He has not spoken yet.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I know I rarely am, but I will. All right, so the New Hampshire Executive Committee meeting where a vote was taken, an endorsement of Donald Trump passed by that body. Is that in written minutes?
Yes.
Yes. I believe
Why
that we
do you need a
included them.
committee to read official record of an executive committee? Seriously, why?
Could you repeat that again?
Why do you need an investigative committee to read the minutes of an executive committee? To me, that's sufficient evidence and that is cause.
Because you don't have the legal power to do it otherwise. The bylaws give the LNC the power to disaffiliate for cause. Every single source for cause involves some process. Throughout Robert's Rules, in this committee's other cases, in the case law, for cause means some elementary process.
They screwed up because they are not giving an adequate response. I do think an adequate response was given on the papers. So the LNC, I do think, should prevail, but not because of the performance at this hearing.
There, you're done with your questioning? Okay. Dr. Moulton, you were up next, and I think Mr. Dixon would like one more.
I'm really sorry my chat wasn't refreshing.
I'm going to be really brief. This is a factual question for Mr. Kaufman. You mentioned that several problematic tweets were deleted. Could you let us know the timeline? When were these tweets deleted?
Yes.
Were these tweets deleted after the vote to disaffiliate, or were these tweets that were problematic, were they deleted like a long time ago?
After.
When did these deletes happen?
After, because I looked them up.
LPNH has probably deleted 20, 50 plus tweets.
The Kamala
over the
Harris
years.
one.
You guys haven't
When
even
was
seen
that
all the
deleted?
bad tweets. There's bad tweets you don't even know about. There's secret bad tweets that no one's ever seen.
He's not answering.
I think you're misunderstanding. Look, I'm being straightforward. The way that we do things, and I explained it earlier, we encourage people to take shots. Creative and capable people will not thrive under committees. I have an entire anti-committee. I don't even believe in the concept of committee. There should be one single person owning everything. There should always be a single individual responsible. That individual may choose to use a team, they may choose to work with others, but the idea that a bunch of people would have equal status to decide things, nothing great, nothing even good has ever been created via these procedures. These are the procedures where good things go to die. So that is not how we do things. That's not how things work. And our methods work. And again, there's this myth that I make most of the tweets.
I'm glad at this point, probably Mike too, but I would have had a field day. Not you. I'm not glad you didn't get reluctant. I'm glad in a way that I didn't, but I would have.
Sometimes people
I would have had a field day with this attorney.
And if a mistake was made,
and he's a good attorney. I'm not suggesting otherwise.
Only got 30 likes. That might be a tweet that got 10,000 likes. Okay, we've deleted a variety of tweets. I actually instituted a procedure called Tweet Court, where people can pay money to cause an argument about tweets. But capable people will not do work when there are 50 people backbiting them and judging them and criticizing them for every mistake.
The only sensible gun control is to take guns away from black people. Oh, we need a committee to know that's not good. Jeremy.
And creative people, and why you're stuck with the kinds of people who put their finger in the air and will only make a decision if enough people agree with them, and why you're devoid of talent to a substantial degree. And it's because...
All right, I think that's quite enough,
that's
Mr.
enough.
Kaufman. We don't need to listen to your criticism
Yes,
of the Libertarian
thank
Party.
you.
That
Oh,
is
you
not
do?
part of this- not part of
Thank
this
you.
procedure, and I would
Thank
ask
you,
to
Sam.
Behave yourself and to be quiet, or I'll ask the chair to mute you permanently.
Well, you should listen to people who know more than you about social media. I'm better. You guys should be asking questions on how to do things better, and I could teach you.
Ken, turn him off, please.
Hang on. There's an objection to continuing to hear. It sounds like this is tangented into something else beyond the answer. There's objection to
Thank
hearing,
you, Sam.
anything further down that tangent. Is there objection to ending the tangent from the committee? I'm not seeing any. All right. We're going to hear from, okay, Dr. Moulton was speaking. Dr. Moulton, are you done with your questioning?
I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I'm from Kentucky. I used done and finished wrong. And Mr. Dixon, take us
Thank
home.
you. I think I only have two more, so hang in there. We'll have a break after this. So, Mr. Hewitt, in at least two of the amici roots and ruse, they make this argument about compound motions and the concern that there was not individual 3/4 votes on each of, I'm going to call them causes, but each of the causes. Are you concurring with that interpretation?
I've read most of the amici. I'm not in a position to comment one way or another on those particular briefs.
Yeah, because you do not know Roberts.
Let me put it this way. If I say I want to disaffiliate them because they endorsed another candidate and because it's raining and my baseball team lost, do the other two things that are obviously not germane taint the entire motion, or is it sufficient just to say one of them is clearly a cause?
It's an interesting question. I did read all of the relevant Roberts, or most of the relevant Roberts rules
No,
provisions,
you
but I
didn't.
did not read the provisions on compound motion, so I am not in a position
No,
to
you
answer
didn't.
that question.
Okay, very good. Here's my last question. In quite a few of the amici, including your brief, there's reference to case law. In your brief, for example, Campbell v. Lowe's Incorporated, which is a Delaware state case, as I understand it. And the National Party is not a Delaware corporation. If it's governed by anything, I assume it's the DC circuit or something.
And Maryland.
So my question is, when we make our ruling, should we really care about these cases external to our own
Yeah,
rules?
because they're threatening.
You should, because the bylaws are a contract. So the terms in the
Under
contract do
DC
have
and
legal
Maryland.
meaning. And for cause has a normal legal meaning. You can, we cited some cases as examples that are sort of cases that are commonly cited in the case law, but for cause has a pretty similar legal meaning if you look at it in the corporate governance context and other cases as well. You should consider, there was the attempted amicus briefs from various affiliates mentioned this concept of promissory estoppel. When you induce reliance on a certain procedure, you can sort of be held to it. Even if this committee doesn't see itself as having the job of applying the case law, the bylaws are still a contract, and the contract, its meaning still comes from the way the legal system operates.
Right, but for example, just in the case of Campbell v. Lowe's, my understanding is that's the state of Delaware. Is there something that is binding from a case in the state of Delaware on the Libertarian Party?
We cited the cases that we cited not to suggest that these particular cases are binding on the LNC, but just to give examples of the sorts of ways legal terms of art like for cause are used in the case law.
Should we be concerned that whatever a ruling is, if there's subsequent lawsuit, that we should make ourselves airtight against that case law? Because then we're kind of opening ourselves up to the universe.
Look, you want to. Obviously, I can't legally advise the Libertarian Party, but any person who's anticipating possible litigation, of course, wants to know first and foremost the way terms are used by the courts of the relevant jurisdiction, the jurisdiction where you anticipate doing litigation. But nonetheless, it's very common, don't take my word for this, talk to other civil litigators. When there are kind of common terms of art like this, you're not going to see, for example, a trial court in Florida say, oh, I'm only going to look at the Florida case law to determine what this term means. If there's a big constellation out there of cases that define a certain term a certain way, you're probably going to see that definition be authoritative.
Thank you very much for your answers. I very much appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
All right. Committee members, we are well over time. I'm going to look and see what time we started this. Looks like it was 9:09. It is now 10:16, so we've run an hour and 7 minutes.
But we did add a half an hour, Ken.
That was after the half hour we added. We started Q&A at 9:09. I have it written down to keep track. So it's been an hour and 7 minutes. We're definitely taking a break right now. My hand hurts a lot because I've taken lots of notes. I would like to suggest, how about what time is it? How about we come back at 10:25? So it's a 9 or 8.5 minute break. That's a nice even time for me to start. We will start at 25 on the dot. So please don't be late. In fairness, we will give the LNC and the questioning up to 1 hour and 7 minutes if we need it, just to make it all nice and fair. So just to set everyone's expectations, that's going to put us at 10:11:24 before we get to the 5-minute closings that we have scheduled. So, and as some of you know, it is my opinion that because this is day 40, we are not allowed to run past the stroke of midnight. So let's not. So with that said, let's go to break for the next 7.5 minutes or so, and then come back here at 10:25 p.m. Eastern time. And don't forget to mute and turn your video off, because don't get caught on camera doing something silly.
Okay, we're going to go on break. I'm going to use the bathroom again, and we will be back. Hopefully, I will not be a few minutes late like I was last time. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to be a little bit self-serving here, John, but they were absolutely foolish not to have me as a witness. Just absolutely foolish. I'm going to be, again, I know it's self-serving, but there are some things I'm good at and some things I know, and this is one of those things. There's plenty that I don't, but I start to get to the point where I'm always so willing to help, and then people don't ask for help when they really need it, that I feel like the next time somebody asks me for help, I'm just going to text back, who dis? Because I'm not happy here. Was really happy with the paper filings, and I still do think the LNC easily wins this. But they should have dominated this hearing. Having the chat on was stupid and disrespectful to the JC. LPNH could have had their own stream. I always said, I'm going to call it as I see it, and I'm calling this as I see it. The LNC still wins, but they win despite the lack of preparation for this hearing. And I love McGee to death. This isn't about McGee. And I love Evan to death, but this ultimately falls upon the chair for preparation. Thoroughly disappointed. I would have been, I don't like using the word weapon, but you know what I mean. The best tool that they would have had. Foolish. And they let McCardle lie through her teeth. Absolutely lie through her teeth. We deserve better here. And I see some incorrect comments I might as well address here in the YouTube chat. There's a thing here that says, A, the LPNH official account is threatening litigation. The most it will cost the LNC is $20,000, which is their E&O deductible. Someone else is saying that LNC time is Alaska time. That is incorrect. The custom of the LNC is that it's Pacific time. But the custom of the LNC is not the custom of the JC. Whatever time the meeting was set in. Now, I can give a different parliamentary argument on how they could immediately set an adjourned meeting. That's entirely different. But that statement is absolutely incorrect. If you want to go by time zones, I think Hawaii would actually be further out. But it's not Alaska time, it's Pacific time. Is Pat asleep? I know Richard fell asleep for a little while. Sorry, just texting a few friends who texted me during this meeting. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? And Mike Ukulele Boy was in the chat earlier, completely violating the policy manual duties of the code of conduct of LNC members. This break is longer than they said it would be. So we can gauge this meeting. Now, there wasn't that much vodka in this because I was trying to drink the lime soda, but this, there we go. This is done empty. Now we have margarita and rum. I gotta work tomorrow, people. And I'm gonna say something that a lot of people, oh, they're live? I don't. Why don't I hear it? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the meeting because it's not coming through. So let me go. I'm gonna go back to this on the Facebook feed because it wasn't coming through. Let me see if we can find this again. LP official. That's not it. Libertarian Party official. There we go. Live.
If Mr. Nikela or Mr. Bowler, who were
Here we
both on
go.
that previous committee, want to speak to that, they can.
If the question is whether the conversation, if there was a conversation about votes not being there, on whether or not to pursue this, I don't remember having that conversation, but I do know I did have conversations with colleagues that had disdain over the fact that LPNH had endorsed Donald Trump. So I can't speak to any motivations behind why somebody would or wouldn't take action at that time.
And Mr. Buller, I didn't know if you were going to jump in there as well, but you were muted. So,
I want to put this on full screen.
So I didn't join the committee until I believe it was August of 2025. The censure motion was in September, and shortly after that, the censure motion didn't seem to have an effect. So we had actually started the process of documenting everything for a motion to disaffiliate, which we had planned on bringing at the November meeting of 2025, but we didn't have one. And there was talk that it would be better to do it at the in-person in December, since it's such a big issue, a big thing to do. And then once it was too late, we found out that we couldn't do any type of motion to disaffiliate within 6 months of the convention. And so we wouldn't be able to move it back in December. So had it not been for those things, we would have tried to move on that around November of 2025.
So it's fair to say then that there was consideration of doing an affiliation prior to the first LNC meeting of the current term. This wasn't somehow an imported conspiracy that came up after the fact, after the convention.
Correct. I spoke to several other LNC members and started trying to get co-sponsors in case we wanted to do it by email ballot, but the consensus was that would not be the best way to go about it.
Mr. Neal, are you satisfied then with your questioning being completed? Mr. Neal, you're good?
You're muted, Jeff.
I'm sorry, my hand's down and I'm all done. I'm done. That's it.
All right, just making sure. Mr. Goldstein and then Ms. O'Brien.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. McGee if he would defer to the national chair who's on this call, and if the national chair is willing to answer a couple questions. You're muted, Evan.
I was waiting for Mr. McGee. I wasn't listed as a witness. I was here to.
Is that? I guess I have to beg the indulgence of the committee also.
Boy, I guess I mean I did ask for a list of witnesses, and I don't know that that's necessarily fair to toss new witnesses in, but I'd leave it to the committee to decide. I'd just, if it was up to me, I'd say no. So
they should have called me as a
because he
witness.
wasn't
This
noticed
is
as a witness.
so.
Is there objection to my ruling on that?
I support your ruling.
All right. No objection to the ruling. Then please do not. Please keep it to the main people and their witnesses, please.
Okay, Mr. McGee, then perhaps you could answer a couple questions I have about the process as to how this motion
And
came
I'm going to
about.
say something because I
Who
don't
made
carry
the
water
motion
for
at
this
the LNC
LNC.
meeting following the Grand Rapids convention?
I generally support them, but I actually find it somewhat disrespectful that they didn't ask me.
I think it was the national chair who handed his gavel over to the vice chair, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. You are correct.
Okay. Did the national chair give any notice as to the structure or the rationale behind this motion? And perhaps you could give a synopsis of his arguments at the time he made the motion? That's kind of why I wanted Evan to talk, but.
Right, and that probably would be preferable because I was not the one that drafted that motion, so I can't really speak to what exactly the motivation was for the language used.
Okay, I guess I'm at a stop.
There's no basements in Florida. Someone asking if Nikola's living in his basement. It would be underwater if he was in a basement in Florida.
Sorry, Ms.
That looks like a garage.
Sure. I'm trying to figure out if my questions were kind of previously asked. I guess these were kind of already asked, but I was going to specifically ask Mr. Nikola, when he became chair of the LNC, were there discussions of potentially disaffiliating LPNH at that time? I guess that was sort of answered by Mickey and Buller, but Stephen, if you'd provide more information.
Sure. I know that the censure motion that was passed, I believe in November, had some language tied into asking the LPNH to self-disaffiliate. At the time, the only conversations, or most of the conversations, were around social media and things of that nature, things that we believe harmed the LNC. And at that point, I engaged in some
For
conversations
those of you who
with
don't know, I'm from
Mr.
Florida.
Kaufman and Mr. Weir,
I moved to
along with Vice
Colorado
Chair Paul
in
Dar and our communications director over the
2011,
course
I
of several
think.
sessions, which I believe was done in good faith, which did get
I lived in
the
Boynton Beach.
memorandum of understanding, which lasted some period of time. And that was between the LNC and the LPNH,
The
not
memorandum of
necessarily
understanding,
the
please don't use that
Libertarian
term,
Party
but
membership
whatever that
and
was,
the
that wasn't
LPNH. And I think we
passed by
stuck to
the
our side of
LNC
the agreement for as long as that lasted. So
because
as
the
far as
LNC was never
conversations amongst
violating.
LNC
They were
members,
talking about
there may
members
have been
saying mean
some. I
things
may
to
not have
LPNH.
partaken in them,
The
but I know
LNC
there's
has
been
no control
rumblings about
over
those affiliation
membership.
for
An
at least since
affiliate needs to
2024,
be able
or
to
at least
have
conversations
self-control.
about the endorsement of Donald Trump at the time and concerns about that.
Fair. Were you on the LNC in November of 2024, like when the endorsement happened?
I was.
And
there
the
any discussion at that
LNC
time?
again did the JC dirty by
There
allowing
was
chat to
discussion
be
amongst
on.
some members. I remember at the
The
time during that
LNC
LNC, or I guess it
messed
was the
up
same
this
LNC, but
hearing
during that
in
year,
nearly every
before it became
conceivable way,
chair,
in
there
my
was some
opinion.
discussion that if something would come up, I know there were some members that said they would vote for a motion to disaffiliate LPNH. Many of those members are no longer on the board, and I don't recall conversations after that,
Nathan, point
at
of
least not until
trivia,
November,
my ex-husband was a Palm
regarding
Beach County
the
Sheriff's
social media
Office
issues
deputy.
in November of 2025.
Fair.
So that would be the only other time.
Understood. Trying to think of the way to phrase this question. Would you characterize the former chair, the chair of the LNC at the time of this endorsement, would you characterize
You mean the
Ms.
disgraced
McArdle
former
as
chair?
having potentially endorsed Donald Trump, even in some way?
Well, I think she disavowed our candidate,
She
Chase
endorsed
Oliver,
Trump.
and
Don't be
essentially
a
told people
coward,
that the strategy
Stephen.
was to take votes away from Joe Biden in order to secure a Trump victory, in order to try to make concessions with the Republican Party, which I believe is a de facto endorsement.
Yes. Okay.
So
Thank
yes, I
you.
would characterize it as a soft endorsement. Although
Yeah,
I
that's the way I would
would argue it
characterize it
was
as well.
pretty explicit for many of the people that would expect a national chair to endorse their candidate, regardless of whether or not they like them. I think it's important to stand behind the product of the organization and the will of the body that enables you to have a candidate. And so I think that was not very smart on her part. So yeah, I think it was an endorsement in a sense. Yes.
So on a scale between Chase Oliver's "the gun would go off" and like Bill Weld's I vouch for Hillary, somewhere further along, somewhere closer to endorsement.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you disavow your own candidate and tell people you essentially want the other side to win, it's essentially an endorsement.
So I apologize for this line of questioning also probably seems like irrelevant, but I'm just kind of understanding that the leadership of the LNC at the time of this endorsement did not seem indicative to necessarily want to take action on LPNH's tweet at that time. Or
I would say
endorsement.
that is correct.
Okay. Lastly,
Maybe
so
you should
had that
ask
agreement with
if
LPNH
the disgraced
regarding
former chair went
online
after
decorum or
an officer for
tweets or
actually
whatever
getting
the
the
specifics
candidate
were of
on
it.
the ballot in Colorado. That would be an
How
interesting
long would you
question.
say that agreement lasted before you feel that one of you deviated from the agreement?
I'm getting a bit
That's
sick
a
and
very good
tired of
question.
not being recognized
I
for what
think
I
that the
did.
LNC stuck to its part of the agreement, at least for some length.
There
I'm
was
not
no
sure
agreement with the LNC
when
because the
that
LNC
line
didn't do
would
anything.
have been crossed. I'm not sure when that line was crossed in the mind of the LPNH, because that was an agreement between the LPNH and the LNC in order to try to come to
when did the
terms
LNC
on
vote on
messaging. This was a
something,
voluntary
Nicola?
agreement.
God, they are bombing this
Essentially
hearing.
to lower the temperature in the room when it came to some of these tweets that I felt we felt rather, that
They're bombing
they
this
got the
hearing.
LNC in hot water, or they got candidates in hot water, even candidates that weren't from New Hampshire. you know, I know candidates, at least one candidate in New Hampshire
I
that says he
promise,
didn't want to run
Joe,
LPNH because
I
they would lose
call
10,000 votes due to the association.
I call
So I
it
believe they're running
as I
independent.
see it, and they are
And this
bombing this
unfortunately
hearing.
hurt
It's a
candidates
good
in
thing
other
that New
state parties
Hampshire
as
is
well,
just so
where I
bad
felt the LNC had to
that
take
it's
some action and
obvious.
try to assuage some of those
Because
concerns
if
by
this was a case
coming
that
up
was
with some
close,
ideas that we could
LNC wouldn't have it.
try to. I'll give you an example. If the LPNH put out a tweet making an inflammatory statement, it would at least have a follow-up to explain why, you know, X, Y, Z, it has to be that way. Or the suggestion was made, if it doesn't have to be talked about, then why talk about it? But we came to some terms and included not personally attacking
He is making a
members
good
within the
point
party,
here, though, about the
and
tweets.
so on and so
He
forth.
can't talk
And
about
as
what
long as the
members will do
LNC,
with
or really not
attacking
even
other
members of the party,
parties,
but members of the
but
LNC,
Stephen is making a good point that
because
LPNH
I can't control what everybody in the
agreed
party
to
does. So I don't know
longer
when it fell apart. I think it
explanations
was done in good
of
faith.
edgy tweets.
But
So
it
Steve is
sounds like
making a
they
good
thought it
point
fell apart
here.
at some point. I said I couldn't tell you exactly when that would have been, but
Fair.
maybe a couple months after.
All right, thank you. I think that's the last of my questioning for now, so I'll yield to the next person. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. I have more than one question, but I'm going to ask my first one and pass the baton. If no one picks it up, I'm going to keep it. All right. Would you agree no notice was given to LPNH prior to this motion to disaffiliate?
So when you say notice, you mean notice of the motion, correct?
Well, I guess that's
That was a
arguable.
good
Would
follow-up
you
by
agree
McGee.
there was no effort made to say, hey, LPNH, we may disaffiliate you?
I would argue that's false. I would argue that the censure motion itself, given the text, actually put them on notice that disaffiliation is potentially on the table.
Okay, so you're saying
That's
the
not a good
censure
answer.
motion was notice that they should
Oh, I see what
expect
he's saying.
something, but there wasn't anything formal saying, hey, we're planning to do this, you better prepare, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the minutes of the meeting on May 25th, this was the meeting where the motion was passed. It says the chair previously submitted a proposed agenda as follows. And in the agenda, item J was LPNH disaffiliation. So
That is correct.
So was it what, an hour between adjournment of the convention and commencement of the LNC meeting? Roughly an hour or maybe two?
You are correct. It's an hour.
So within that hour,
I like that he's not
the chair
dodging
sent out an
questions.
agenda to all the members of the LNC, and they would have, if they read it, they would have seen item J, LPNH disaffiliation. Is that correct?
It was sent out. I don't know at what time it was sent out, but I know it was available prior to the meeting being called to order.
Are there any LNC members that are LPNH affiliated?
Well, there's a
people?
regional.
Well, not necessarily directly affiliated, though. You could certainly argue that both Mr. Shaw and Mr. Ford, as the region rep and alt for the region that contains New Hampshire, would be considered, at least in some sense, a representative of New
Good.
Hampshire.
That's the correct answer.
Okay. Let me ask one more, and then I'll see if I'll pass the baton to Jeff.
I don't agree with all
this
of Pat's
may be a
questions. I
tangent.
don't think he knows R&R very well, but he's doing very
Really, our focus
well
should be
at
interpreting the
trying to
laws, but this is
discharge
on my
his
mind
duties.
as
Him
somebody
and
who's
Chuck
been on the LNC
Moulton
before.
are the best so
Typically,
far.
The meeting immediately after the convention isn't meant for substantive motions. It's, hey, everybody, here, introduce
That's not correct.
yourselves. Let's talk about when our next meeting is, what should be on the agenda.
Nope,
Unless
it's
there's
a
some sense
regular
of
meeting.
urgency. Was there some sense of urgency?
Yeah, we
that
couldn't be
this
associated with
disaffiliation motion
racists.
needed to happen right then?
I mean, I can't speak for the entire LNC, but what I will say is that certainly there were some members that I talked to who, again, had been discussing this for over 6 months. And because of the provision in the bylaws that doesn't allow the committee to exercise that power within 6 months of a national convention, this was the first opportunity at which the LNC could exercise this.
Right. So in the
While I would
hypothetical,
agree it's not normal for the LNC to exercise such a power at what is ostensibly a pro forma meeting, it doesn't prohibit it either.
right. That's when I asked Mr. Hewitt the hypothetical where there was clearly a case of urgency and the LNC needed to respond to get control of the situation. There was nothing like that here, right?
Not as posed in your hypothetical, no.
Okay. I'll pass it to Jeff.
Well, I'm not sure I really have a question. What I have is a point, having been national chair. Yeah, your first meeting as a chair, you start with nothing. And the first thing you have to do is present an agenda. That's the chair's job. If the chair says, I've got notice on this, it goes on the agenda as an item with prior notice. Doesn't necessarily mean it's gone out to everybody on the committee. And then you go
Jeff's
and
wrong
you
here.
review the agenda and you approve
This
the
is a
agenda.
regular meeting.
So it's not like
you didn't even
I'm
have
sure
to
that
put it
that
on
was
the
followed, 'cause
agenda.
that's just standard practice at any
Jeff's
any
just
LNC meeting I've ever
parliamentarily
been on.
wrong
And
here.
I'm sure that Mary could attest to that as well, having been in that exalted position like me. So that's one thing, but the thing I'd like to say is, yes, there was probably a majority of LNC members, in my opinion, that felt that disaffiliation was the appropriate action to take, but it wasn't 3/4. And a lot of those people carried that with them for that period of time. Did they have a little bit of built up resentment and anger and finally say, let's take advantage of this? Yeah. I don't, however, think that that's something that in itself is indicative of any kind of attempt to like hoodwink anybody.
And Jeffrey Neal's right
They
there.
had the opportunity to not put it on the agenda. They had the opportunity to speak against it. The people there had the opportunity to say, let's defer this. Let's do it. Let's have some investigation. Maybe politically it might have been better to do that.
Mr.
But
Neal.
surely that was completely within the realm of
Yeah,
what would
Nikayla
be
is
considered
mogging
pretty
this
normal. I
meeting.
mean, look, the number one thing that the
Mr. Neal.
LNC has to do on its first meeting is to fill the committees that are required by the bylaws.
Mr.
Some
Neal.
can wait. Bylaws and platform and commission oversight and stuff like that, but other ones have to be populated immediately. I mean, that's, in my recollection, that's what always the first LNC meeting is for. And I'll shut up now.
I was going to ask if you had a question because it sounded like you were making a statement.
No, I don't. I said I don't have a question. I just want to say something.
Okay. All right. This is Q&A. Ms. Jingle.
Well, Jeff's comments brought this to mind. It sounds like some people had this cooking for a while. Some people on the national committee. I don't know what the division is.
I'm gonna interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Is this a statement or a question for?
No,
Mr.
it's a
McGee?
question. It's a question.
Okay. All right. Making
It's
sure.
a question for
Okay.
Mr. McGee. And for, I mean, Mr. Nikayla could also answer, but so there have been some references in some of the amicus briefs about actions taken or not taken by the convention having to do with New Hampshire. Was what, Mr. McGee, is it your feeling that, okay, you've got these people that are already cooking for 6 months or whatever. Now, are the people that are now at the convention getting more stirred up? It was, in other words, I guess what I'm asking is, did you have the impression that it was a campaign pledge for people running for the national committee that they would take care of this as soon as possible? Question mark.
I think it was.
Certainly, some candidates of the LNC made that explicit. I was not one of those people, but there were several members of the committee or people running for the committee that made that a part of their, campaign.
Okay. Now, I wasn't there, so that's why I'm asking, because I don't actually know what was going on behind the scenes or even in the scenes, whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, there is an argument made in at least one of the amici, maybe more, that LPNH was seated as a delegation at the convention. And that it presumably the credentials committee could have raised an issue and say, hey, delegates.
No, that's not
they
the job of the
violated
credentials committee.
5-4. It's up to you whether we seat LPNH. The point is, nobody on the convention floor opposed the seating of LPNH as a delegation, and therefore there's an argument that the LNC is overriding what the convention delegates did. Can you speak to that argument?
Sure. I think part of the problem with that framing is that the credentials committee, if the LNC is not empowered to disaffiliate an affiliate within 6 months of a convention, certainly I think you would be able to argue that a credentials committee can't thereby do the same thing.
That's a unique argument.
Okay. Maybe I didn't follow
The credentials committee doesn't have that authority.
That the convention, do you believe that convention delegates can have more power than the LNC? The
Not
LNC
in some
no.
Not in some circumstances.
But when you have a convention,
items,
the delegates really have the power. They're the ones who can change
you
the
need to look
bylaws.
up Roberts on that.
Correct. But
oh my gosh.
So
again, this may be contentious, but there's actually no actual provision that I know of, at least directly, where the convention is actually empowered to do so.
Correct, they're not.
Right,
I mean, it's arguable. Like I said,
there was one suggestion that the delegates moved to disaffiliate on the floor, and I don't believe that's the case. I don't think that happened, but that could have happened. The delegates on the floor could have said, disaffiliate LPNH.
There's a question.
Would that have stood?
I don't know.
I think that's a real question that I don't have the answer to.
And if they did, we might be in this whole thing of, hey, we need a Dixon committee and all that, but I'm not even sure the bylaws provide for that. So
they don't.
I'm not sure what the answer is. I just wanted to see what your
I dealt with that in my amicus, excuse me.
I think honestly that could go either way.
Okay. Could I keep the baton and keep asking questions? Do I have time?
I'm muted again, talking to myself. I see no other hands raised, and therefore, Mr. Dixon, if you have additional questions, go ahead.
All right. Not too many more. Let me make it easy. Mr. McGee, is disaffiliation a disciplinary action?
No.
In the context of Your Honor, Section 63?
No.
I'm saying this action that you took, is it disciplinary? Does Chapter 20 of Roberts apply?
No. No.
I would argue in the context of Roberts.
No.
No.
How could we resolve this? Because obviously Mr. Hewitt has a different interpretation. What should we look at that will
the bylaws
give us this answer and give us the proper interpretation?
They are bombing this hearing.
Well, I think the way you get the proper interpretation is by looking at Article 5.6 as written.
Yes.
And not importing external standards not written explicitly into the provision.
All right. This is a different point. I had asked Mr. Hewitt about the applicability of case law. And I think in your brief, you mentioned you had some references and there's several other amici. What is your recommendation on how we should look at case law that's external to our own bylaws?
I think certainly in cases that are similar, that they could be used as a, you know,
This is not a
way to
judicial
reason through how
proceeding.
to figure things out. However, I don't think that external case law is in any
And
way
someone should
binding
really look
on
up what
this
DC
committee's
case
decision.
law says
Should we exclude
about
anything that, for example, a
about
Delaware
the
case
authority
that seems to apply
of
only
an
to
internal committee
entities in the
to
state of
judge these
Delaware?
matters?
Should we ignore
Again,
that?
if it doesn't really apply, if it's not really a good fact pattern match to the case at hand, it probably should not be relied upon.
All right, I think I only have 2 more questions.
Keep on going.
Okay. If we come to the conclusion that the Trump endorsement is clearly a cause, and we understand the nature of cause, and there's no
Okay,
need
I'm
for
going to say something very
investigation,
unpopular here.
and it's
I don't think that's
clearly
the
covered
stronger
in
case.
5.4.
I know
The
people
other
have
2
hung their hat
clauses
on
which
that.
have to do with
If that
social
was
media
all they
posts and
did, I probably
treating
would
our
not have
candidates,
submitted a
they're not
single
called out in
amicus or
5.4.
got involved at all.
So the cause is not really in the bylaws. Should we, I guess my question is, should disaffiliation only apply to a violation of national bylaws, or could we have excluded the Trump endorsement and just
Yes.
say the tweets alone
Yes.
were bad, even though there's nothing in 5.4 that says you can't do that?
Because it just says cause.
Well, I guess first I would argue that 5.4 actually says that you cannot do that, because the very end of 5.4 states that no affiliate shall take actions that are contrary to the statement of principles, which some of
Okay.
those tweets did.
So you're saying the statement of principles, and in the statement of principles, there's the clause about we're not violent, and some of the tweets alleged violence. So that was a violation of the statement of principles, right?
Yes. In the opinion of the LNC, yes.
Okay. Here's my last question. This argument about the compound vote, that there weren't separate votes on each item. Where should we go to resolve that question?
Again, as I stated in, I believe it was one of my amicus briefs, but again, any member that had a concern had a, direct remedy at the time, and that would have been to move to divide the question under Roberts. I believe it's Roberts 27. Don't quote me on that. That if that was seen as legitimately being in doubt, that should have been the course of action of any member genuinely concerned about that sort of a threshold argument.
So your interpretation is there was no motion to divide, so we should interpret 3/4 to apply to every single cause, right?
That is the position I'm arguing, yes.
All right. Those are my questions.
Does the committee have any other questions for Mr. McGee, the representative of the respondent LNC? All right, I'm not seeing any. I actually had one, but I've lost it in my note taking. If you can give me just a moment here.
I'm trying to look up something if you guys are wondering why I'm looking down. There's a certain DC statute I'm looking for.
Did hit it already. Endorsements of statement of principles compound. Case law. Actually, Mr. Dixon did.
I can't find it really quickly. I'd have to read the nonprofit section.
If no one has anything else, we had a break scheduled here. I think we can take a shorter one than 7 minutes. We would go to 5-minute close by the LNC, and then followed by last statement, 5-minute close by LPNH, the appellant. That sound good to everyone? We take a couple of minutes here. Okay. All right. Good deal. So let's take a couple minutes. We'll
Yeah,
come
I
back. I'm
agree
going to
with
just go ahead
you.
and say
I actually
11:06
think
since
the
we're already
Trump
past the 3
endorsement
mark.
is
So
by
about 2.5
far
minutes.
the lesser of the two
And
things.
we'll get
By
started on the closing
far.
statements.
And while I
Don't
still
forget to
think
mute
that's
and turn video
a
off in case you
disaffiliable offense, I wouldn't have gotten involved in paying much attention to this at all. What's actively damaged the brand, because there were some points brought up in the YouTube chat, which are good points. McCardle herself endorsed Trump. She went out of her way to try to remove Chase from the Colorado ballot. The things that happened during that time were really tainted by the fact that we had a corrupt and disgraced national chair. You kind of get into the fruit of the poisonous tree type of thing. To me, what is more than sufficient is their damaging, continuous, belligerent conduct after. And it is somewhat, it's disappointing and shameful to me that more is not being placed on that. Because with freedom of speech comes freedom of association. And the LNC needs to face head on that LPCO, LPNH, LPTN, though they didn't, and well, I think they ended up endorsing a Republican with a redheaded Libertarian. That was all really induced by a corrupt national chair. God, get his face off the screen.
This is the less than 1 minute warning.
The bylaws don't require that, Nathan. I'm sorry, that's not even debatable. I don't like that bylaw, by the way. But it is what it is.
All right, that is time. It's now 11:06 p.m. Eastern time. I do have a timer out here with 5 minutes set. I really want to keep this to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
These are your closing statements, starting with the LNC.
This is like shit I know. This is why I'm like starting to get kind of pissed that they're tanking this so badly.
Members of the Judicial Committee, I will keep this brief and focus on what actually decides this case. The endorsement is conceded. In November of 2024, Disaffiliate's Executive Committee endorsed a candidate of another party for president in direct violation of Article 5, Section 4. This
That's
has not
the
been
weaker
disputed,
count.
not in the appeal, not in any brief, and not tonight. It is specific, it is dated, and it is sufficient on its own to sustain the disaffiliation under our bylaws. Everything else you have heard is an argument about what should follow from a fact no one contests. Article 5.6 of the national bylaws asks the National Committee to specify the cause for revocation. It does not ask for a trial. It does not ask for the procedure this party uses to remove an individual officer, a procedure our own drafters of the bylaws wrote elsewhere in Articles 6.7 and 7.5 for officer removal, as well as separate language that was used for recall of vice presidential and presidential nominees. That choice is intentional and deserves respect. 8 months before the censure vote, LP New Hampshire received a formal censure and an explicit invitation to correct course voluntarily. It declined that invitation. And the conduct the censure addressed did not stop. An organization that extends a warning and watches it go unheeded is not required to extend it forever. I would ask you be cautious about any rule that says otherwise, because that rule would punish every future national committee that chooses initial restraint and then reward none that do.
FYI, whenever
about
I gave
the process
speeches,
this party used
I
once
never read
before
them.
in
I'd
the LP
create
New
an
Mexico
outline to make
situation.
sure I didn't miss
This account is not
points,
disputed because
but
there's no
I
need to.
always speak
The LP New Mexico case turned
extemporaneously.
on
I
facts that
think
were
as is
genuinely contested,
demonstrated by this
whether the
YouTube
convention
channel.
was properly noticed, whether a board held authority its members never gave it, and that dispute required investigation because there was something to investigate. Nothing in here is in that sort of doubt.
Weaker due to the
What
fact that it was
remains
a
for the
one-time
National Committee to
thing,
decide regarding
and
LP New
also weaker
Hampshire
due
was
to the
not whether
fact
the
that
endorsement
I do
happened,
think they
but
were
what should follow
enticed
from it.
by a
And that
corrupt
judgment
national
belongs to the
chair.
National Committee first, and then to the Judicial Committee on review. The endorsement was a violation the day it happened. The official communications of New Hampshire were consistently in violation. The warning that followed went unheeded. The vote that followed was properly specified, properly noticed, and properly taken by as the substantial margin our bylaws require. As such, we ask you to affirm the decision of the National Committee. Thank you.
Mr. Molman, you're muted, I believe.
I will someday learn to use a computer. You know, hey, it's only what I do for a living. Thank you for that. Mr. Hewitt, you have a 5-minute close as well. You can give it yourself.
I
or you
will
can hand
say,
that
you
on
know,
to
having a
any of your
YouTube channel
witnesses
now,
as
it's
you
at
choose.
6-7 years, and I had a
Well, some quick
podcast
factual corrections. Region 6 Rep Alpha Shaw did not,
about
I
8
just spoke
years
with him. He
before
did not
that.
receive any agenda before the LNC
I
meeting disaffiliating LPNH.
am much more used to just
He is
speaking
checked.
off
He
the
didn't receive
cuff.
any electronic communication. He was given a paper copy of the agenda in the hallway as he walked into the LNC meeting. Austin Martin has also confirmed he was never provided the
Austin
agenda
Martin's
in
a
any form
liar, so
until he
I don't know if
sat
that's
down
true or
at the
not.
meeting. And in the convention, not one person ran on LPNH disaffiliation. They did not say they wanted to disaffiliate LPNH in their speeches, even if they may have said that in some signal group somewhere. Mr. McGee said that you should just look at the text of Article 5.6. Don't look at all this outside stuff in Robert's rules. But Article 16 of the bylaws says the rules contained in Robert's Rules of Order
That
shall govern
portion
and are
of
not
Roberts
inconsistent
does
with these
not
bylaws. So if Mr. McGee
apply.
doesn't want them to bear
And
here
in
and wants the
contrad
LNC to just have unfettered discretion in how it interprets the four corners of the bylaws, he should remove Article 16 from the bylaws.
You
I
don't
think the LNC
understand
is between
Roberts.
a rock and a hard place.
Starting to
The
find that
only thing
offensive
even
as
they
a
claimed
parliamentarian,
was some sort
Mr.
of prior
Hewitt.
notice was this social media censure in 2025. But the disaffiliation motion on social media could not possibly be any more vague or more defective. If any part of a decision upholding disaffiliation here is reliant on this totally vague social media language, there is no reason in the future
Omar,
that
I agree
any
with you.
LNC should ever spell
Evan
out
not
with
being on the witness
specificity
list
what the cause of
is
disaffiliation
an
is. They
inexcusable
shouldn't do that
dereliction of
because
being prepared
spelling
for
out
this
with
hearing.
specificity the cause
I am
helps the
really,
appellate
really angry
prepare their
at how
defense. You put them at a
unprepared
disadvantage
the
if you're allowed
LNC
to
was
not
for this
specify.
hearing.
So if that's the precedent we set, you can just disaffiliate at will when you don't like an affiliate. You just need to wait until you get the votes. There's a right way to do this. This committee can write an opinion saying our decision is not with prejudice. LNC, you have another bite at the apple.
They
Just
don't have
do
that
this for
authority.
cause and
They
spell
don't
out
have that
specifically what the reasons for
authority.
disaffiliation
Oh
are.
my
We
God.
can have an investigative hearing and we can look at all the tweets and we can make a reasoned decision about what to do. This rescission argument is neither here nor there. 35:2 in Robert's Rules, which talks about rescission.
No
That is
parliamentarian
basically a limitation.
says
It's a bunch of
35:2.
limitations on rescission because rescission is disfavored under the principles underlying Robert's Rules. So there's a heightened
That's
2/3 standards for rescission there. That
not
doesn't
with
mean that any
notice.
vote that rescinds any prior action only requires a 2/3 vote. Removing an officer is rescission. And 6116 says you can remove an officer with a regular
Removing
rescission
an
vote
officer.
if they are not a fixed term officer. If they are a fixed term officer, it's a for cause removal and you go through a process.
He has that
Lastly, I want to
backwards.
give an analogy.
He has that backwards.
There's a lot of stuff.
He got Mike,
in
are you
Robert's
here?
Rules
He
61
got
through
that
63
exactly
about for cause.
backwards.
It's very extensively defined, but it's true. 61 through 63 mostly talks about for cause removals of members, and officers. Now, what if, hypothetically, Robert's Rules had all the same stuff in these chapters, but it was just about members? It only explicitly addressed members and for cause in that context and not officers.
Then it would
Would
just
we
apply
then
to members.
seriously have a JC hearing where we considered an argument by the LNC that changing the context from expelling a member to removing an officer, that somehow means the term for cause is completely different? It's a completely different concept now.
Yeah.
And in fact, would we hear arguments that that means these general principles in Roberts about for cause, they have nothing to say here? And in fact, would a JC member say that if we take the concept of for cause in member expulsion and we carry it over to officer removal, that's actually bullshit to import that concept from Robert's Rules? I don't think we would. For cause in any authoritative source includes a basic, fair disciplinary process under Robert's Rules, which is part of the bylaws, or in this committee's decision under Phillies. So the JC should reverse disaffiliation. And if it says it's doing so without prejudice, and the LNC appoints an investigatory committee and checks the boxes and does this right,
JC doesn't have that authority.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt. Thank you to everyone who was on tonight. Thank you to everyone who watched. I guess. I don't know.
Him saying 35:2 is like a non-lawyer saying to a lawyer,
you know, none of us want to be here.
674 SO2D 109 instead of saying Southern Second.
Decision. And then that's per our rules, and then up to 30 days past this to publish our decision. So just so everyone knows what's happening next. I see Dr. Moulton has his hand raised. Yes, Dr. Moulton.
It's my understanding under the JC rules, we have the option of deliberating in open session if enough people vote to do that. Would this be an appropriate time to make that motion?
Oh my God, I love you, Chuck.
I think we could make that motion here, yeah.
I love you, Chuck.
Come to think of it, I think this would be the only place that we could really do that.
I would like to make that motion.
All right. Dr. Moulton, you are motioning that we deliberate in open session?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And that, if I remember correctly, takes 2/3. I believe. Can you do you have that in front of you by chance?
I don't have it right in front of me. I can.
It's
go look it up.
2/3, I believe.
That motion. So
I think
sorry.
it would be majority unless you're suspending a rule.
No, it's explicitly in the rules, so it's definitely not majority, but I can go look it up.
It's 2/3.
So let's put it this way: the hearing portion has ended. So anyone who is not on the committee is welcome to leave. You're not going to miss anything other than procedural, but you're also welcome to stay. We will continue the recording. We're not going to stop until this meeting closes. So 100% up to you. I know people have things to do, and it is 11:16 on the East Coast anyway, p.m. But I just want to make sure that everyone understands where we're at. There's been a motion made. Dr. Moulton's made a motion that our deliberations would be an open session rather than the default, which is executive session or closed session.
Mr. Chair, I've looked it up. It's JC Rule 8.4 says the committee may by a 2/3 vote deliberate in open session once the hearing concludes. Otherwise, deliberation shall be in executive session.
Okay.
My motion is that we deliberate in open session.
Okay.
Thank you, Chuck Moulton.
What is the distinction between those two? I know executive session is like
secret,
private, but like open session is like.
The question is, do we keep the YouTube going and let people see us deliberate, or do we deliberate in private?
But I don't know about you. I don't plan on deliberating this evening.
I don't either.
That was my question.
Oh, okay. It could be another time then. That's
I'd like to reread through everything, and compare it to what we just heard.
Yes. So
just talk, Pat. Just talk.
Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm trying to do this the right way with my hand raised.
Mr. Dixon, go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to take notes. And I'm trying to, yeah.
So I have to ask Chuck, are you saying that we cannot have any executive sessions for the next 10 days? Or that we will have some, I'm just trying to understand the logistics, because if you're saying all of our
I
deliberations
wasn't.
are open session,
No. What I was trying to do, and maybe the committee doesn't want, I mean, it's a high bar. Maybe the committee doesn't want to do it. I mean, there's a distinction between the vote and the opinions. The opinions are going to take like a while to write, clearly. But I didn't know whether we wanted to discuss things and then have the vote in open session. That was what I was proposing. But
okay.
I can withdraw. I can withdraw my motion if the committee doesn't have an appetite
All I'm
for
trying to
that.
do is understand what your motion is. It sounds like your motion is when we get to a vote, that will be an open session. Deliberations would still be executive session.
Well,
and when we
I
do
would
the open
vote
session, it
and
would be just
deliberate
like
in
this,
open session.
where YouTube can see, but they can't talk.
Right. Our rules
Deliberate
just
and
say
vote in open
that
session.
the committee may by a 2/3 vote deliberate in open session once the
Chuck,
meeting concludes.
how was this done in prior JCs that you served on?
No one wanted to do open session.
They were all secret.
This seems like, to me personally, a case that deserves to be deliberated in open session, but that is not the usual procedure for sure.
I agree
I
with
suggest
Chuck.
we table this and discuss it offline.
Table isn't the proper.
Because we're all
Oh
kind
my
of
God.
exhausted.
That's fine with me. I will withdraw my motion at this point.
Dr. Molden,
No.
I'll just note, even though you've done that, I'm not opposed to it, but I want to get the details of when we're doing all, get it a complete noticed, this is what we're going to do, and put it out before we do the thing. So
Nathan, I'm not sure.
we have
I
10
think they
days,
have
which
to have
means
a
we should probably
vote by
figure this
10
out
days,
tomorrow
and then
or the next day.
opinions,
I
if any,
believe,
by
if I remember
30.
correctly, the committee, there was talk about having a meeting on Thursday between some members.
Oh God, I can't be home in time on Thursday.
Time out.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay. We'll figure that out. All right. We have 10 days. That's all I know. We have to figure this out in 10 days. So
I'm clear on the 13th.
What's that?
I'm clear on the 13th. If we
When's
want to
the 13th?
That's what I said.
Let's
10 days.
let's figure this out offline.
I
Yeah.
am not.
Let's figure this out offline.
Yep. We're going to take this offline because we're not going to settle this right now. So what I'm going to do is say thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you to those who participated. Not exactly the best meeting that I'd like to chair, but we did it, and we will follow the rules as they are written. We will get a meeting. We will get a ruling in 10 days. We do not have to expose that ruling to the world if we don't want to. But given what's going on, we'll see what the committee decides. I mean, it's up to the committee to decide all this. So we will definitely have written decisions with everyone's names attached in 30 days. That is a rule. So no matter what, in 30 days, we will have, everyone will know everything. So there you go. And with that, I don't think there's any other business to do tonight except adjourn.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank
All
you,
right.
everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Plus, good
Yeah.
morning here.
I'm going to close that window, and we're going to go here. Okay, that was something. Now, I don't think it's any secret that I'm supportive of this LNC. But as I said at the beginning of this term, I don't carry water for no bitches no more. And I'm not happy with the LNC's performance at this. I do think they have the stronger case. I will give mad respect for LPNH that they came prepared. And the LNC did not come prepared. They are lucky that LPNH is so bad that the LNC could have not even shown up, and I believe they had the better case. But there's one thing about writing things on paper that you can be very good at, but when you need to make parliamentary arguments, they should have had, and not even just parliamentary arguments. It would have been a good idea to have a parliamentarian argument, but a parliamentarian argue it. But even someone just more, I don't know. Okay, let me put it to this way. I used to own a debate forum. A lot of people don't know that. I've done a lot of things in my past. And there were some people who were really good at like a written debate. We would have written debates, but there were also verbal debates that were hosted. There are some attorneys who will only work in, or not going to say only, but prefer federal court because everything nearly is on paper, and oral argument is few and far between. And some attorneys who live for the oral argument. Some people are good at both. And it's just different skill sets. It's nothing to do with intelligence or anything like that. But I cut my teeth on debate. So I know when there's good debate. That attorney was a good debater. Most attorneys are. They weren't prepared for that. There should have been some role playing back and forth before this. I'm sorry, I'm going to call it as it is. I do think the LNC deserves to win. I saw all of the just bad faith, malicious people in chat. Oh, we're going to bankrupt the LNC. No, you're not. If the LPNH tries to bring a suit on this, it's going to go under the LNC's E&O carrier. I don't know the fee shifting law and whatever jurisdiction this would come in, but I hope it shifts fees and that all of the bad actors in New Hampshire are held personally responsible. But there is no possible universe where this bankrupts the LNC. There just isn't. They were talking out their asshole in chat, and I could smell it from here. It smelled like large intestine and small intestine. It smelled like anus. Let's just put it that way. But no, that wasn't a good showing. The briefs were excellent. Wasn't a good showing. I'm going to call it as I see it. And didn't put their best resources to the case there. Okay, that's going to be it. I'm actually going to see what's going on at LP Alliance. I would love to have a little chit chat with them if they are still around. We were going to do a combined show tonight, but I'm not that technically good. And I couldn't figure out how to work it out with Ecamm without deleting all of my other settings. So that's why it didn't happen. So I thank you all. I would appreciate super thanks or super chats, considering that I've been here for over 4 hours covering this for you. And I do hope I provided at least knowledgeable commentary. Even if you don't agree with my opinions, I understand the process better than a lot. So I hope you have an awesome night. And not sure when I'm doing another show. Probably this weekend. Probably have nothing to do with the LP. I've got some clips about the DSA, which already has me spitting mad, that we're going to have choice between communists and fascists. Like, what kind of nightmare are we living in? Okay, everyone, have an awesome night. Bye-bye.
You gotta take what you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in the business, not because they want to